Thank you for your interest in the county government. We've got some announcements to make and everything. Good meeting today. That's what we are. So first off, I'm going to ask each of you to stand, please, for our invocation and our pledge to the flag. Supervisor Mike Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great to see everybody here today. Since Monday was tax day, I'd first like to read you a verse out of the Bible concerning taxation. This is from Luke. Some tax collectors came to be baptized, and they asked him, the teacher, "What are we to do?" "Don't collect more than is legal," he told them. So that's what our board's going to try to do, not collect more than is legal. And with that, let us pray. Lord, we thank you for this beautiful spring weather. We're all enjoying the promise of the renewal of new life. Please help and guide this board today in everything we do. In his name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we're going to move on the agenda. Are there any requested modifications or any changes that any member would like to make? All right, seeing none, then I'll accept the motion that it stand approved.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Whitlow. We've got some new staff members here today that's going to be introduced to us. Mike Fowler with Public Safety and Danny Poe with Economic Development. And we're excited to have them here today. And good, it's just exciting to have you here and to have you on our team. Mr. Whitlow.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you noted, we do have two new members of the county's leadership team. First is Mike Fowler. Of course, Mike joined our public safety team as director a couple of weeks ago, and Mr. Fowler has over 20 years of experience in fire rescue service, most recently with James City County. He previously worked for the City of Newport News Fire Department, and he's also served in the U.S. Army. So we thank him for his service, certainly with our military, and we look forward to working with Mike. Mike also has a bachelor's degree in fire administration from Columbia Southern University, and he's a Virginia certified EMT paramedic. And I'm sure his schedule has been really, really busy the last couple of weeks. Certainly this afternoon, I actually think a couple of hours ago, he was actually out on a fire call, I understand. And so he's put his skills immediately to work here in Franklin County. We look forward to not only getting to know Mike, but also Mike's family as they relocate here to Franklin County. So Mike, I'd ask if you would like to say a few words, if you want to come to the podium there, and I'm sure the board would like to welcome you to our team.
Sure. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you guys for the opportunity to come down here to Franklin County. As Mr. Whitlow said, this was a family decision. As a big part of this, we were very pleased to find a very family dynamic here in Franklin County, which made it very easy to accept the decision to come and serve as your next public safety director. With that, yeah, it has been a busy week, but it's been a fruitful week. We worked very close in hand already with Chief Ledbetter and getting to really work through the dynamics of bolstering the community events in effect that we have. So what I kind of want to tell everybody, my idea coming into this is that we, in the public safety side and the fire and EMS world, will develop and build a community. But you can't spell community without unity. So the goal is to bolster an even stronger relationship between my department and all of our volunteer agencies throughout the county.
Thank you.
Mike, welcome. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
We also have Danny Poe with us members of the board who joined us actually yesterday. And I told her this morning when I came into the office, I said, okay, you're here. This is a good sign. And so she was back for her second day today. And she joined us this week as our new Economic Development Director. And of course, Ms. Poe most recently has served as the Assistant Director of Economic Development in Roanoke County. Prior to that, she was the business manager, did a lot of work with commercial businesses with the Roanoke Regional Airport Commission. Previous work with small business and large business in downtown Roanoke as an economic development specialist with downtown Roanoke. And she also has a background in the private real estate, commercial real estate, and property management. So we're really excited to have Danny join our team with her background there in economic development and commercial real estate, and just look forward to many great opportunities ahead. So Danny, if you'd like to come forward and say a few words to our board.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. I'm very excited to be here. Day 2, I did come back. There's so much opportunity here in Franklin County, and I look forward to getting to know each of you all and your individual priorities, as well as how we can move the county forward in very intentional ways. So yes, I look forward to working with each of you, as well as getting to know the businesses here. So we have a lot of opportunity and a lot of things to look forward to, but thanks.
Look forward to working with both of y'all.
Welcome, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. And of course, we like to appreciate Beth Dowdy, who has served in an interim role for us for the last several months. And during this transition, Beth will be around some to assist Danny in our office with that transition. But thank you, Beth Dowdy, as well. Mr. Chairman.
I too want to echo Chris's sentiments to Beth. She's been a great asset to the county. Her expertise and her knowledge, years of experience, and we really appreciate that. And thank you for hanging around for a little bit longer to help us out and with Danny there. We thank you. All right, let's go on ahead with our meeting now. All right, we need to take a look at the consent agenda. And does anyone have any requests or pull any items from the consent agenda? Or does anybody have, I know there's a question or two.
Mr.
If
Chairman.
you want to pull it, if you want to pull one, or if you just want to ask a question, anybody who,
Mr.
okay, Ms.
Chairman,
Smith.
I would like to pull 1, 5, and 12, please.
1, 5. Any more?
Mr. Chairman, I guess mine can just be a question. I was reading through number 8, and it said that the money was in the fiscal year budget, but I did not see an amount.
I'm trying on retirement, Mr. Whitlow. If you or Brian, one can answer his question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at Mr. Brian Carter, our Finance Director. Mr. Mitchell, this is in the current FY 23-24 budget, not in the proposed budget, but I think Mr. Carter has more of the detail.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mitchell. That's correct. The board approved this in the current fiscal year budget last year. So the annual recurring is about $50,000, but because this applies to all current retirees, there is a one-time catch-up of about $115,000, and so, but all of those funds are in the current existing budget in order to do that for planning purposes.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
I believe so, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Ms. Smith, number 1.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to welcome our VDOT colleagues. My question, of course, is relative to this. 2 questions. Well, one's a statement. I would like to, and I've shared this with Mr. Whitlow, I'd like to look at, if you guys could provide us with a 5-year trend look back on our secondary road funding and tele fees comparatively, because I know the chart we've got moves it forward. I've got all of this at home in a lot of different files, but if we could do a comparative analysis, that would be helpful. That's one thing. And the other question that I have, as we're looking today about taking roads into the secondary road system, and my question is, when we continue to take roads in, does that have a favorable impact on our funding, or are we still trying to do more roads with less funding? Does bringing these roads in change anything from a funding perspective?
Chairman, you want me to
Yes, please, Mr. Daniels.
Ms. Smith, so to your first request, no problem. We
Thank
can
you.
get that and put it in a table, similar to what I'll show you in a minute, but we only look forward, so we'll look
Right.
back. To the second question, it depends probably is the answer. So there's two pots of money, construction, or maintenance first and then construction. When we take a road into the system, we don't get additional construction dollars, but in theory, we should get additional maintenance dollars because we're maintaining more mileage, I think is where you're headed with that. However, I can't say that 100% happens for, you've got Bay Tree and Goldfinch is coming online on your agenda today. I can't show you or itemize where we've gotten extra dollars for a given street in Lake Watch or wherever we've taken one, typically a subdivision street, obviously, into the system. I can tell you that for maintenance for FY25, we are in general level funded. That's been our, basically our direction from Salem District. Now, I know when you go to the central office where all these funding decisions gets made, and they start figuring out how do they fund each district, there is some mileage or lane mileage factors in that. There's some population factors in that. I just can't give you the formula. We can attempt to get some clarification on that. Historical data is in that formula too. So
It just seems like we're squeezing a pot of money that keeps becoming less and less for Franklin County. And we're adding pressure to the list when we bring roads in. And so I didn't know if that was part of the algorithm, in terms of the funding formula or how that works. But I'm interested in knowing, if we can bring roads in, why don't we have the money to try to maintain them?
yeah, it's an interesting question, and you're right. As we bring more roads in, we should have more maintenance to take care of. Now, I will say when we bring a road into the system in year 1, year 2, year 3, on into year 10, we don't expect to do a lot of maintenance. In fact, when we bring a subdivision street in, if a developer goes to subdivision street today, we're going to require a surety, and that developer is required to do any maintenance that crops up for the first year on their dime, right? So it's not an immediate burden, but it is a potential long-term burden, and I don't have a good answer for how that's captured in the maintenance allocations.
Well, thank you, Todd. That's all that I had, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you. All right, number 5, the APHIC grant application for Callaway and Glade Hill Canneries. Mr. Whitlow or Mr. Carter, one or the other. Who can-
I think Ms. Smith, Supervisor Smith may have had a more specific
She's got
question.
questions, yes.
Maybe, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our precious canneries, and looking at this, I had talked with Mr. Whitlow. We're looking here at additional replacements out there that are in the 6-figure range. My question is, I've been advocating for us to do a capital plan work session where we begin to look across the board at all of our projects. And my question became, are we going to acknowledge the canneries over a 5 or 10 year period for capital revenues? I'm not sure if they're currently in there. The chart I've got, I can barely read. It's the font is so small. But my concern is I don't want to keep getting funding requests, even if the money's there, without having expenditures of this size not, in the capital plan and not part of overall prioritization of things that we need to be doing. So that was an observation that I wanted to share with my colleagues, to see if, as we move forward, if we can include the canneries so that we're doing the right things to keep the canneries at a level of operation that our citizens depend on.
Okay, the statement more than a question. The canneries actually are budgeted in the school budget, not the county budget. So, but they are funded, and then there's some upgrades that are being done this year for that. And I too agree with what you were talking about, to make sure that it is done and done in an accurate way, because they are used a lot more than you realize. They truly are. All right, and number 12, approval of the MOU with Piedmont Community Service.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the review of, with the executive summary, and then in my review of the MOU on this, it appeared when I got into the detail of the MOU that there are things that we as a county are agreeing to that weren't necessarily articulated in the executive summary. And it's on page 2 of 8 in your MOU. One is providing a dedicated vehicle and volunteers to operate the program based on an initial agreement, promoting the alliance with the CSB, and providing ongoing training and education. So my question that I discussed with Mr. Whitlow was it appears that this is more than just an acknowledgement of a partnership. And further, I was questioning some things with Mr. Preston, the executive director at Piedmont, with regard to how does this plan and its associated expenditures align with their crisis program that they run. They have a crisis management program at the CSB, as far as I know. And I also wanted to know if this has any impact, or does this complement our opioid monies that we're getting for that initiative. So those are the questions, Mr. Chairman, that I had, and I really wanted to make sure that, that we're understanding that there's a little more to this, perhaps. I don't know if we want to pull this for a later agenda item and give staff some time to look at this, perhaps.
I think that's a good idea. Maybe we should pull this one until and table it until our next meeting, or our May meeting, and get some answers to your questions.
Thank you.
Is that suited with everyone else?
Thank you.
All right, now how do you feel about items 1 and 5 now?
I'm good, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so we're gonna pull 12. We're gonna pull 12 off until next month, until we can get answers to Ms. List's questions. And number 8, you're okay with that, Mr. Mitchell? All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented. Other than item 12, it would be pulled until our May meeting. I need a motion and a second, please.
I will. I'll make the motion, Mr. Chairman.
All right, you got a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote on that, please?
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right, Mr. Daniels. VDOT. I'm gonna mark this off here.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm glad to be here. We are going to run pretty fast, so I don't know if the sheriff's here or not, so he might give us a speeding ticket. But anyway, we got a lot to get through in 30 minutes. I've got 4 goals. I wrote them down. I'm gonna when we get into the secondary 6-year plan, I'm gonna do my best to explain that, especially to our newer members, the process, knowing that it takes years to understand that, even for somebody that works on it quite often. I'm gonna try to answer your questions before you ask them with some of my presentation. Get a consensus from the board on some projects that the board wants to add in a priority order, and then we'll take those back and add those, because we've got the ability, the money to add some projects this year. And probably number 1 is not infringe on Mr. Carter's time, so we're gonna see how this goes. First, I'm gonna do the regular board report, and then we'll take any questions and comments on that before we do the secondary 6-year plan. So in your report, you see that Route 705, Chestnut Hill, is complete. That was a pipe replacement, a bore and a jack, if you recall. We also had to do some slope repair. Not related to that project, we've got some other slope repair we've got to do out there. 684 Boone's Mill, we closed that for about 5 days. Got some pipe put in. That worked out very well. We didn't have any real struggles, so we got that back open. That's a big deal for us, and they're actually out there doing some paving on Boone's Mill Road now, I understand. Moving forward in time, we've got plant mix schedule work to be done. That just means plant mix overlay via contractor, and you see Boone's Mill Road is the first one, and we've got some other roads in the county they're going to be working on. Dudley Amos, we did get some patching done. We dug some of those worst places. Ms. Smith, you had spoke about that a few times. And we've got some more plant mix patchwork to do out there in a month or two coming, and we're going to surface treat it chip seal it next year. So that'll look a whole lot better than it has in the recent past. I'm going to skip over page 2. I don't have a whole lot. Project status, I do not have an update yet on our 220 projects. Other than to say our project development team in Salem is working diligently to try to figure out how to coordinate all these projects and get them re-advertised. And that's a fairly big task that's going on right now. Once we know an ad date, we'll get it in the report and get it to you. I will highlight Goldfinch Circle that was on your consent agenda. That is a rural addition, so it's additional mileage. It's a short piece of road off of Lakewood Forest that we use revenue sharing. The county uses revenue sharing, and what actually happens is the residents will pay 50% of the cost. It's not going to be a lot of cost, and then the state, Commonwealth, pays the other 50% of the cost, and that road will become or be part of, your action today made it part of the state secondary system, and we'll maintain it and push snow and what have you. And that'll happen this summer. Last month, I think, Mr. Mitchell, you asked about Ridge Acre Drive as a potential rural addition, adding it to the system. I think we've talked to Ms. Cooper about that a little bit. We've done a little cursory review. Comparing to Goldfinch, it needs quite a bit more work than say Goldfinch, so it's a little different category, but we did do a little research on that. And Ms. Smith had asked about the Lost Mountain 122 project schedule. I sent Ms. Smith an email, but for the rest of the board, we are on schedule somehow, but the schedule was out quite a ways, so it's scheduled to go to advertisement in 2027, so spring of 2027. So we still believe we can meet that schedule. Any questions, Mr. Chairman?
Anyone got any questions in regards to the monthly report?
I have one, Mr. Chairman. Todd, with regard to the intersection at Scruggs Road and 122, I think there was some work going on down there in the right-of-way recently, but there is a terrible ditch down in there. I'm sure you guys are probably aware of it. And I was wondering if there are any plans to fix that.
So we got a couple things going on there. We did some ditching work, shoulder work, I think, right? And some signal conduit. When we did some repaving on 122 now, I don't know, Ms. Smith, 3 or 4 years ago, the intent was to set the left turn stop bar, if I'm going southbound, as I turn into Scruggs, set it back. Because when you go out there today, and you've seen it, the trailers that come out are tracking up against our signal equipment, and it's tight. It's a really tight turn. You pull a boat trailer or a lawnmower trailer, whatever it is. So we've asked our traffic group to set that bar back at least 20 feet. That'll help with the turning movement, help keep that corner cleaned up a little bit. We've also got some milling and patching that's yet to happen, right? So in the pavement where it's so deteriorated, that's scheduled before Memorial Day, and we'll do that work at night.
Okay.
So yeah, and we've had a problem right there in front of Mr. Stanley's place a few times. And
This is down on the corner at the bank that's there
and
on
that's
the corner.
where it's tracking right around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotten very deep.
Yeah. So the solution is keep the traffic off of it until we can get those pavement markers changed. That's going to be a struggle.
Should cones be up around there? Or?
The problem is if I'm sitting in the left turn lane, wanting to turn left at the stop bar, and then you're coming out with a trailer, it's going to be very hard for you to make that turn because I'm sitting too close to the intersection. If I sit back, the truck can make a wider turn, and depending upon the driver, keep their trailer. It's usually not the vehicle itself; it's the trailer.
Yeah.
So we got to give them space, and that's what we're working on. We missed an opportunity, admittedly, but hopefully we can get that fixed. I don't have a schedule. We've asked for it. Not that it's out of our control, but we're dependent upon somebody else to do it for us.
Sure.
So
Thank you.
we'll
Thank you.
definitely keep on that.
Thank you very much.
Any more questions in regard to the monthly report? I don't see any more. Thank you, sir. Now we've got the secondary 6-year plan.
Okay, so now we're going to get into the secondary 6-year plan. So just a real high level here. Got a 6-year improvement plan that's statewide, large projects, smart scale projects are in it. The work at Pleasant Hill Route 619 when we do it is part of smart scale. The Lost Mountain project I mentioned is smart scale. Bondbrook on 220 there is smart scale. All of those are in our 6-year improvement plan. The county applies for projects. Revenue sharing is in the 6-year improvement plan. The secondary 6-year plan is part of the 6-year improvement plan. So I don't know if it's this week or this month, but our CTB, our Commonwealth Transportation Board, is going to get a draft picture of the upcoming 6-year improvement plan. It won't have every project in it because we're in this process of developing them across the state. But for us, the secondary 6-year plan in our counties, and specific to Franklin County, this usually starts every March. So every spring we go through this, and lucky for us, it coincides with budget development in the counties. And I was talking to Mr. Whitlow, and rightfully so, it creates a little stress because counties are worried about your budget, and we're going to be a little bit behind that, and that's the way it should be. So sometimes it's a little hard to find time to do this, but we do it every year. And in Franklin, we don't get a lot of money, and I'll hit on the money in a second. So we don't have the ability, depending upon the projects we select, we don't have the ability to add a project or two every year. Now, we do this year, and I'll explain why. So when we do have that ability, we'd like to have a work session to get some numbers in front of you. I don't know how many of you know what a DISC assessment is, but it's a personality type thing. And if you know what it is, I'm a C. And what a C means is I like data. I love data. I don't know if there's enough data in the world. So we want to give you some data, talk about it, explain it, give you some suggestions. What we see is the right thing to do from our VDOT perspective, not necessarily yours as board members and your citizens and what have you, but we'll explain that. So we give you this info, and then we look to the board to come to a consensus on, okay, VDOT, we want you to add A, B, and C in that order. And then we'll add that to the plan. Brian will build these projects in our system, and then we start giving out the money, if you will. We allocate the dollars in priority order. That's why that's important. So your priority one will get funded, and then once it gets fully funded, we'll drop down to the next one and start funding it. And if we can fund 2, great. If we got part of 3, we'll start to fund that third one. And all that is dependent upon the projects you select and the estimated cost of the projects, because there's a limited amount of dollars, and we work those in priority, basically top left down to bottom right is how that works. So once we work through this work session, we'll take what you direct us, we'll take that back. We put it in a 6-year plan document. It comes back before you as the board in May. Ms. Cooper had the request for a public hearing on here. The county will hold the public hearing, a joint public hearing with us, and then the county typically adopts the 6-year plan. And that's the official notification to us, okay, that's it. VDOT, put it in your 6-year plan, add it to it. The projects on the 6-year plan, and this is one of the times I'll try to answer some of your questions, Mr. Quinn. I know you had a question about it. So typically they're unpaved roads with greater than 50 vehicles a day. It's not always the case, but that's a typical candidate, and I'll hit that 50 vehicle a day mark in a second. They are roads that are already in the secondary system, so it's not bringing a new road. So we can't take a private road, use secondary 6-year plan money necessarily, bring it into our system. These are unpaved roads that are already part of our secondary system in the given county. We got about 72 to 75 miles of unpaved roads, depending on which table you look at, and that matters, and you'll hear that again in a second, in Franklin County. And the funding, it's based on a funding formula that's provided by our central office. Obviously, comes from the money comes from road taxes and registration fees, a little piece of sales tax and different things, but it varies from county to county, and I'll show you that in a second. So I've already hit on some of this. Where I want to go here is for this year, we've got, when you look at the table, $2.2 million that funds the 4 roads that are currently in the plan. One of those is complete. And then we've got 3 countywide cost centers. They're just funding accounts that we use when we put up new speed limit signs. So a new sign gets funded out of those accounts. There are some salaries. If we need to do some surveying or engineering on a secondary road that doesn't have a project, we can use these cost centers in an effort to get to a point we can create a project. As I said, Route 659 Bar Ridge Road is complete, which was a big success for us. You'll hear about that again in a minute. Red Valley is the next one on this current 6-year plan, Red Valley Road, and it's in development right now. We will build that next year. Yeah, we will hard surface that next year. And then we've got Route 635 Novella, and then 744 Webster Corner. All of those are fully funded at this point throughout the 6 years of the plan, actually in year 1 through 5. So they don't need any more money, which is why we've got money now we can allocate actually in FY 29 and 30, year 5 and 6 of our plan. And that's going to be in the ballpark. I don't have an exact figure because it depends on some project cleanup, but about $800,000, which is huge for us. This board and the boards before you hadn't heard me say that number in a long time. Bar Ridge Road, we were able to really find some efficiencies. We did some work with our maintenance forces, some ditching, grading, and what have you. Our Glade Hill area headquarters did the construction work, and we were able to save quite a bit of money on Bar Ridge, which goes right back into the secondary 6-year plan. So that takes that number from 300 and some thousand up to the 800,000 mark, and there's some other monies that we hadn't spent. So we've got this is a good year for us. You will not hear that number every year for Franklin County. So that gets us to where we'll add some projects and fund them out of that money. And like I say, that's going to be in year 5 and 6. So what I did for you real quick, this is just a picture of the county. The stars are the projects that I said are in the plan. I just did it by election district so you would see. Bottom right, obviously, Snow Creek is Bar Ridge. It's complete. If we go counterclockwise, you got Novella, and then you've got Red Valley, and then Webster's Corner over on the top left. So that's our current plan, projects that are fully funded. And this is just I'll run through these really quick. This is Bar Ridge. We didn't do it all. Key thing to remember, if you go south on Bar Ridge, we're down there about the curve where you take the hard curve and start headed east. That's where we stopped. Some of that's because of ease of construction. We've got some drainage issues. We've got a creek down on that southern end where the leg runs out to 626 that would have run our cost way up and create some problems with us managing that water. So it's still unpaved. Down the road, the county may choose to do that. Red Valley, we're basically going from Bondbrook Mill to Boone's Mill when we do that work, because that's coming. This is Novella off Truman Hill. It's a very short piece. It's a dead end road. They'll get hard surfaced. For whatever reason, we spent a lot of time having to work on it. So it'll be great to get that hard surfaced. And then Webster Corner, several years ago, we did the piece off of Dillon's Mill about 0.7 of a mile to the north. And the next step is we're going about another 0.7, actually a little over, up to around the 1597, 1638 address. And then, of course, the further you go north, the tougher it is. And we do look at ease of construction. So how many dollars, what's the best bang for the buck? So in some of the conversation, we may talk about that today, but we're doing another section of Webster Corner, if you will. How do we get to the dollars? I anticipated that question. I think, Ms. Smith, you may ask it. You've already started down that. So what this is right here, this is a picture of our unpaved roads in Salem District, and of course you get to see some Lynchburg and some of the Stanton area around it, even some of the Bristol. But in the center there, you see Rocky Mount, and I want to compare us to, you look at Bedford to the northeast, and you look at Floyd to the west, the two counties that have the most unpaved roads in our district. And then you look at Franklin County, that affects our allocation. And we'll drill a little deeper in a second to 50 vehicles a day. And that affects our allocation again. So the way this is done, and I can come back to this map if you want to. So the way this is all divvied up by code section, out of our district grant funding, that is also part of Smart Scale and other things. It funds some bridge construction and what have you. But you'll see here that the set aside, and it says it here, maximum of $25 million annually. So the VDOT will set aside $25 million statewide out of the district grant program, and then it will be distributed across our state to the counties for unpaved roads that carry 50 or more vehicles per day. And that's prorated, whatever, to the actual total number of miles there are across the county that have that ADT, that traffic volume, right? So when you break it all down, you saw the map about the unpaved roads. One of our issues, and it's a catch-22, it's a great issue to have. We don't have as many unpaved roads as some counties. That's a great thing, because we don't have as many to tackle. We also don't have as many that carry 50 vehicles a day or more, which reduces our allocation. So we're always playing catch-up. I don't know that will change. One way to change it is raise the maximum statewide, but you see this is codified. But when you do that, what does that do? When you pull that lever, what happens? Well, you're going to take that money away from district grant. So now we take it away from some other project that maybe would have gotten funded, not necessarily in Franklin County, but somewhere across the state. So there's some cause and effect there that people way above us and smarter than us have to deal with. But that's basically how it's divvied up for the unpaved road monies only. Two funds, unpaved road funding, and that can only go to unpaved roads that carry 50 or more a day. All right, so that's one of your funding types. The second funding type we have is telefee. You'll see that. Well, telefees are collected from the telecommunication companies when we pay that right-of-way fee on our telephone bill. Here's what I don't know. I was thinking about this last night, and I didn't take time to go look at my cell phone bill. I don't know if I pay a right-of-way fee on my cell phone bill. But if you think about it, if a company is collecting right-of-way fees for their cable in the ground, telecommunication, but yet I get my internet from US Cellular or Verizon, do I pay that fee? And I wish I'd have took time to look that up, but I don't know because I'm not getting it from a copper line or something in the ground that may be on the right of way. I just throw that out there as perspective because I don't know the answer and I'm gonna find out. But the point here, the funds must be programmed to the county in which they are collected. So our telefee allocation, which I'll show you, according to this, and this 6030606 is a fund number that we use. It has nothing to do with, that number has nothing to do with the Code of Virginia. But the monies that we see were collected in Franklin County. And they do, historically, Ms. Smith asked about trends. I don't think I'm going to show you a trend that goes up for telefee. If it's going to surprise me, because I think I show you every year they go down. Unpaved road money's not necessarily quite, well, you'll see this year that they didn't go down at all. But typically our telefees are going down. I don't have an answer why. What creates that trend, other than the fact that if we're doing what we say we're doing, then we're not collecting as many fees in Franklin County or Bedford County or anything. I don't know that, well, I don't pay attention to a lot of counties outside of Salem District. Most of the counties I see go down, telefee goes down, typically. Let me hit this and I'm gonna pause, Mr. Chairman, if you're all right with that.
Okay.
So real quick, we talked about secondary road unpaved secondary road funds, and we talked about telefee. So here they are. FY25 is our current year coming up. That's actual dollars. FY26 through 30 are projected dollars. So we get $133,000 in telefee, and we get $203. It goes up a little bit for unpaved road monies in out years for the unpaved road, for a total of about, call it $330,000 to $360,000. That is what we're getting per year in Franklin County to allocate to typically the unpaved roads. That's what the board has chosen to do most of the time. Unpaved road monies can only go to unpaved roads. Telefee doesn't necessarily have that restriction, so we can put them a lot of places. And we use telefee to fund some of those cost centers because we're not necessarily hard surface in a road. However, it's a fairly small amount, so I would, if there was advice to be given, I would probably caution the board about, hey, let's use telefee to reconstruct a given roadway. While we need it, we would, as a county, as VDOT, we'd love to reconstruct some of our hard surface roads because they've outgrown their traffic volumes. But when we start getting into the 7-figure construction projects, which you can really quick, you know, it takes many years to start funding that. And I don't, not here to teach you strategy. I don't know, but it's not what we've done in the past. So I'm gonna pause, Mr. Chairman, real quick. So
If you will, go back one page. All counties in Northern Virginia District by code are placed in the Northern Virginia TD Fund.
Yeah, so I don't know that fund. There are some, so it's Northern Virginia, maybe Transportation District or something. I don't know exactly what the TD is for, but I can tell you, like in Hampton Roads, they've got transportation. Yeah, they've got a taxation district, and maybe that's what that is. We don't necessarily have that here. Now, I think Franklin County is being taxed for a little bit of the 81 money, right? That was a new thing within the last few years. But that's, I better not answer it because I'm not familiar. I'm going to start making something up, and I don't want to do that, Mr. Chairman. But what I could say is Nova is different. Doesn't affect us, right? Because we should be getting the funds that were collected in Franklin County. That's what it says. So this should not be a case where we see monies maybe going to Northern Virginia that we could otherwise use here, or there'd be a disparity in how them funds are allocated, because they must be programmed in the county in which they are collected.
Well,
So-
I guess the reason I asked that, it caught my attention. Well, Ms. Smith alluded to it just a while ago that, and all of our members here in the past, we really get in our fair share of what we're doing. And then by code, Northern Virginia District, by code, I mean, I don't know if that's Northern Virginia tax district or what, but
And it could be, so if you think about geography, we are one of the largest districts, square miles, if you will, in the state. Northern Virginia is very small, and they do have these taxation districts or whatever, and they look at transportation a little differently. So I don't know if this is right, but I'm gonna step out on a limb and make an interpretation. This could mean, Mr. Chairman, in lieu of putting the money in Fairfax County or Loudoun County's secondary six-year plan, and I don't know this, I'm making an assumption. It could be that means we're gonna put this in that particular fund for the Northern Virginia district area.
okay.
Don't hold me to that. I am really stepping out on a limb there. But that would make sense to me on how they look at their projects, because they do look at Northern Virginia. When I say they, the Northern Virginia district, there's such a small geographic area. And I don't have the square mile comparison off the top of my head, but it is considerably smaller. They look at it as a district. They don't even have residencies like we have in our other 8 districts. They're not set up like we are. So that could be one explanation. We'll drill down on that and try to answer that. But I do believe that it should not. It doesn't affect us.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else got any, Ms. Smith?
Yes, thank you. Todd, this is a pet peeve of mine. I've got about
Understood.
11 counties on board with us to pursue something here. If you'll go to the next slide, please.
Down here.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So can you tell the board what fund road maintenance comes out of?
None of these.
Right.
None of these. So maintenance is out of our statewide allocation, and I don't know what that grand total is. Maintenance comes off at top first. They start funding maintenance. Depending on what you include, our maintenance is $15 to $16 million if snow removal's in it. That depends on the level of snow money that's allocated, and that's actually directed by central office and what have you. And then we get to construction. So these monies have nothing to do with maintenance at all.
Right, I just wanted to clarify because, our money for unpaved roads has been moving in the wrong direction, as you're well aware. And the money we do get, it would take us approximately 3 years to pave 1 mile.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
yes. I'm gonna tell you that really depends. So I'll give you an example. The diversity in our terrain. So I just talked about Bar Ridge, and Glade Hill did a great job. We were able to do that very efficiently. We saved some money over what we estimated, because when we estimate, we have to take into account this may go to contract. It may go to advertisement, which there's going to be some profit in that. It's typically more expensive. We're paying construction engineering and inspection cost, which can be up there. So there's added cost to going to advertisement. Even the contract development's a cost. With this one, we said, we might can do this to our state forces, which is a goal for us on all of them. we were able to do it. Now, think about the terrain. Bar Ridge, yeah, it goes downhill, but it was already pretty wide. The ditches were decent. We didn't have a lot of struggles. Let's go to Webster's Corner, whole different ball game. When we start getting up into Callaway or into mountainous areas, the roads are generally narrower to begin with. So now we've got to widen them. If we try to get 16 foot of hard surface because we think about what do we want to happen when a school bus meets a car, right? Now some people, we debate about this. 14 is good enough, and maybe it is, but we try to get 16. And then we start cutting into, and county staff will know this, the more earth we start disturbing, we start getting into stormwater issues. We got regulations for stormwater. We work very hard to keep our numbers under that threshold because we don't have the money to start spending on stormwater management. There's so many factors in planning and how do you attack these projects. So you're right, on some projects, depending on topography, length, square footage, whatever, they can be quite expensive. Some of these we're going to talk about today, we've put them in there purposely because we know we can do them a little bit cheaper. So we'll get to some of that, I think. And I went to the next screen, Ms. Smith, without you asking, because it shows some of what you're talking about, the telefee going down and how much. Now, these are in going out years, not going back, and we'll get to that. It's bad to say we only lost $6,000 in this cycle. And the reason I say it like that was normally more than that. So it went down less this year, which is nice, still went down. We still went backwards.
Well, my problem overall, and I think I've told the board this, when we look at the Commonwealth as a whole, and a lot of the disparities, in my humble opinion, especially with my impatience with Northern Virginia, the formula, if you guys agree or disagree, that the way the formula is built, like with the $25 million, we were talking about whether to get that statutorily raised. Easier to raise the $25 million ceiling, to try to get more funding injected into the secondary 6-year pot. But so it's very difficult to get formulas changed in Richmond, but the reality is, I think there's a case to be made that Southwest Virginia, we are in our monies are going to Northern Virginia in many regards because they've got the density and so forth. So that's been my pet peeve all along. That's why we started this consortium that really needs to get its legs under it, because we need to be acknowledged as a rural county, as a rural southeastern section of the state. We need to make sure these formulas are built to promote and to maintain our roads, and I don't have any confidence that they are. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, I think, Ms. Smith, you make some very, very good points, and because it depends on where you sit, what you see, and all that stuff. But could we use more money? Absolutely. I try never to miss an opportunity. It could be worse. I'll say that. We travel around, especially the southeastern United States, and some of the roads are like, man, what are they doing with their money? So overall, as a state, I think we're doing good. And part of that's because in Salem District, we do a lot of the work ourselves. When you go to Northern Virginia and some of your eastern districts, they depend on contractors a lot. And there's nothing wrong with contractors. But they're also out there to make money. So if production matters to a contractor, and it matters to us, but not in the same way, right? We're not sitting out here doing nothing or trying to spread 10 tons of gravel and call it good. And I think it's kind of hard to explain, but I think because we live here, right? So every operator pretty much lives in Franklin County that works in Franklin County. There may be one from Henry or Bedford that drives over, but they live in our area. And it matters because I think we got some pride in our work. So our dollar, when you talk about quality, probably goes a little further. Now, one day, will we be dependent upon contractors? Maybe, because we just slowly go in that direction. And I've been told, Mr. King, our district engineer, talks about this, when he talks to his counterparts, we self-perform more than anybody in the state. And I am 100% behind that. But some would call that old school. But I do think we get some efficiencies out of that, and we get good product. I got a little bit off track, but I agree. When population density drives some of this, we cannot compete.
No.
Fairfax County, over 1 million residents, right? I don't know the square miles, but it's hard to compete with when it comes to the dollars, the demand.
Same thing with Smart Scale.
Smart Scale, we've got the district grant program where we get some of our projects. It's hard for us to compete statewide. But Franklin County, I say it a lot, we didn't get anything last year. And I'm going to tell you, Franklin County has done well in Smart Scale. But it's not because of the way the formula's written. It's because of the projects, in big part because of Ms. Cooper and Steve Sandy, and putting these projects in the system and picking the right spot. We scored well. So, yes, you made some very fair statements. Now, solution-wise, I probably won't give you anything today.
Any more questions?
All right. So real quick, this table here, which I think you got yesterday, just shows a comparison of the common years in last year's plan and this year's plan. So that's 25 through 29. Obviously, FY30 was not in last year's plan, and FY24 doesn't exist in this year's plan. So we drop those off and we look at those middle four. In this case, you see the difference in the third table, that we lost $1,238 per year in our allocation for telefee. The unpaved the state level. So this gets into the part where hopefully we'll have a quick conversation, and I'm going to start with our proposed additions to the board. We'll try to answer any questions you have. I got 4 more slides that have all that data that I was talking about on it. That's a lot to absorb in a few minutes, but we're going to do our best to answer these and come to a consensus. So Timberline Road, you see, is our first proposed addition. It's got 126 vehicles a day, which is fairly high for Franklin County. This is the part where you come right out of Ferrum and head towards Ingramville in there. No, head away from Ingramville. Yeah, from Ingramville. We've done part of Timberline in the past, but it was further to the west, I guess. We get a lot of requests to grade this. We've got a high volume for an unpaved road. You see the 126. There's some work to be done there as far as getting it wide enough in a few places. But in general, it's not the most difficult road to build. And really, we're looking at the volume, the number of requests / complaints, and the benefit this would provide to the area too, to get this one out of the unpaved system. So that's number one. Stave Mill is number 2. We've talked about Stave Mill actually 2 years ago. We didn't add it to the plan, but coming back to it, our reasoning is it's a good detour. So if you think about Stave Mill out here, when something goes wrong at 640 and 40, or the Norfolk Southern's working on the crossing, it ties things up right there. And 6 Mile Post's got pretty decent traffic. Even though Staves Mill has a grade crossing on it, it's a relief valve. And it's gravel, and we have to deal with it. Not a hard one to build. So from a traffic management relief valve standpoint and generally low cost, we put that as our number 2. Number 3 is Clark. Now, Clark was a new one, and our superintendent brought this up to us at Sidnersville. So Clark basically runs from Pleasant Hill, we got a typo there, down back to 220. And why does that matter? So we've had our fair share of crashes in that area on 220. And when we block up 220, traffic will detour across Clark, and it's unpaved. That creates a lot of turbulence for us. Low volume, which we have to pay attention to, but once again, a great relief valve. So we really look at these things from a traffic management standpoint, and we talk about what do we do? What are our detour routes along 220? We often talk about that, and we don't have a lot of good ones, unfortunately, just because of geometry or whatever. But that's why that's on there. The next one is Belcher. So we don't believe, and we've talked about Belcher many years. We've never added it to the plan. The volume it's something's got to be wrong with that. We've asked to get that recounted, but we're not asking to do or not suggesting we do all of Belcher. If you come off of Circle Creek, which is is that the west end or the south end? I think south end. You've got several houses You've got a tobacco barns real close to the road, and you get up there, and once you get past, I don't know, the 7/10 of a mile, you're past the homes. So if we wind up doing it that far, we've still got more to do, but that solves that problem. And the majority, I think, of that traffic is going back towards Circle Creek. So that's why we put that on there. It's not a hard one to do. The cost per vehicle is up because that's a formula, right? 10 vehicles a day. We don't think 10 is right. You got seven or 8 homes on it? Yeah. So if we're looking at that, we're doing 10 trips per home. We ought to be somewhere in the 70 range. I don't know what it is, but that's just, if we start projecting traffic, that's where we head. So that's why we put it on there. And then Narrows was a request just because of complaints, grading requests, what have you, off of Harmony Road. Harmony Road is off of Boone's Mill Road. Once again, a fairly easy one to build. Dead end. And that generally would equate to less traffic, but it's above the 50. It's eligible, so we added that to our list just because of the number of requests we get. Now we've outpaced the money that we've got available to us, obviously, and we did that on purpose. We gave you more proposed additions than we can likely fund, and that's fine. Mr. Chairman, if we can entertain questions and offer any input, and then the board come up with, if you give me 3 or 4 priorities, that's fine. If you prioritize all 5 and these happen to be it, that's fine. I will add the ones that you give me in priority order until we run out of money. So, for example, if you give me 5 and I can only add 3, when it comes back before you, it will have 3. I'll explain all that in the summary, and Ms. Cooper in the executive summary as well. We'll explain how we got to those 3. So I want to make sure it's clear that we may not add every priority, but I would love to have more than I can add. So I don't leave money sitting on the table, if you will.
All right, what we're talking about here now is we've got these 5 roads on the 6-year plan. And if you've got another road in your area that you'd like to add to this, doesn't mean it's going to work, but if you've got another road you want to add to it, this is your chance to do so.
Mr. Daniels, I would like for you to look at Beach Mountain Road. It runs between Hall Patch and Route 40. I know part of it has been paved, and I think the funding ran out, so that's where it quit. But I get a lot of phone calls about Beach Mountain Road. People on Hall Patch use it as a shortcut over 40.
So I flipped the screen here. Mr. Tatum, Beach Mountain, when I sort this by ADT, John Arthur, let me talk about that real quick because you look, wait, that's a lot of traffic. It is. But what we found when we do the research on John Arthur, this ADT actually captures some of the hard surface. And it's literally an error where we count. So when you get up John Arthur, and I forget when you go past, I forget the road name, but it's a road off to your right. You're going up John Arthur off of NAF. We still got some hard surface. We're counting too close to that intersection. So it's almost like bad data. So when you look at that, Lawrence Beach Mountain really kind of flushes out as number 2 in volume. We discussed Beach Mountain. Now, this runs from Frying Pan Hollow to Franklin Street. Are we in the same place?
Yeah.
Okay. So we talked about it. It just honestly didn't flush out. But now if the board says do that, we will make an adjustment. We're at obviously 207,000. These estimates are really, really high level, mind you. These are not scoping level estimates. So it happens to be at the top of this list. So.
Anyone else?
Could I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
Chairman, none of these apply to my district, but just looking at the bigger chart on the back, if you go through, I think there's some on here on some of your districts that it's less cost per vehicle, and it looks like maybe there's a lot more cars that go on some of these roads. So I think for my colleagues, I would look at some of these charts and just see if there's anything else back there that looks more important than the ones Mr. Daniels has presented.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Anyone else? Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, if we could, just how do we want to, and maybe I'll look to Mr. Whitlow, if the board could give us a priority order. We can substitute, we'll go back to our proposed, and we can substitute however.
I like that's how I have in the past presented, the roads that I have presented is the one that will benefit the majority of the people. And that's what I look at. I think you've got maybe the exception of the one, the 10 count, but you seem to think that that's not a real accurate number.
Yes.
I pretty much like the priority that you've got them in for those there. And then we're keeping in line that, like I said, the one that benefits the most people.
Yeah, so if my math is right, and don't hold me to the 70, but let's say if we went to 70 goes into 42 6 times. So we're down to, what are we, 6,000 a vehicle? So we lower the cost per vehicle is where I'm headed with that. And we got to get that traffic count right, obviously. I don't know that it's 70, so don't hold me to that cost per vehicle either.
Any more comments on this? I think that I'm seeing the consensus here, with maybe the exception of that one road there, of benefiting the more people that you benefit, and it just goes that way.
So, Mr. Chairman, let me throw something in here. If the board chooses to use this proposed list, if we're at 800, 850 when it all shakes out, I've basically used up the money in two projects. I may, depending on how I fund it, our central office says don't underfund a project. So I should 100% fund the project before I start funding the next one. That's what they want to see. And I don't disagree with that, because going back in time, we had projects with $1 on them. They never had a chance. They were just making somebody feel good they were in the plan, and we're not doing that. So but where I'm going with all that is potentially I will work with the numbers. Maybe we can get 3 on there, but the second one may have 100,000 on it, and the third one may have 100,000. It'll be enough to start preliminary engineering, but not enough to complete it. So what it can affect is next year at this time, we may be continuing to fund the priorities and not coming back to the board saying, hey, what do you want to fund? I need more projects. Just for clarity, and that happens a lot in Franklin because of our low allocation.
We got more projects than we got money.
We do. Oh, absolutely. Which,
It's just the way it is.
yes, sir.
Yeah. I know, because what was it, with Red Valley Road? That road was full 3 times, I think. I think I'm right, maybe 4.
Yeah, it's been back and forth.
It's been back and forth, so I'm glad that's being funded now on this one. But they back and forth, and I know it's a lot of figuring on y'all's part to try to keep it going and everything. Mr. Mitchell.
I would, and I know you mentioned this about Belcher Road, and you said that you thought those numbers were off. It'd be hard for me to make a suggestion, because I believe that has to be off too. I don't think that's accurate for 10 cars a day.
For Belcher.
Yes.
Yeah, based on the number of houses, it's just something's wrong.
Yeah, I'd like to see that redone so we could make a better call on where that should lay on the priority list.
So I don't disagree, Mr. Mitchell. The struggle with that's going to be getting the official count done in time to come back to the board. We're going to get the count raised. If it's funded, we're talking about 29 and 30, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can't commit to you that I'm going to have a traffic volume in time for the board to make a decision, because hopefully we get a priority list today, I add them to the plan, and then what comes to the board in May is the actual plan. Now, the board can choose not to adopt it. Then we would redo it and come back in June. But, yeah, I'd be stretching it if I said we're going to have you account.
Well, and I'm for what they said for the money going on to where it'll benefit the most people, but I'd hate to make a call and then that come back and be, 100 cars a day. I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's just my 2 cents.
Any more questions? Okay, then we need to take action today then on this list.
Yeah, and it can be just a consensus of
Vince?
VDOT, here's our projects we want you to add in priority order. So procedurally, I don't know how that, it's just a board consensus, so.
I think it's a consensus of the board in what I'm seeing and hearing, and you all tell me differently, that your list is pretty accurate, what you have here, with the exception of the Circle Creek Road on the car count. And you said you're gonna check on that.
The Belcher, yes, sir.
I mean, Belcher Road. I'm sorry, it goes over Circle Creek.
Yeah.
Belcher Road with for the car count. And I'm hearing that everybody is liking the proposal of helping the most citizens, which seems to be that's pretty accurate, everybody.
So Todd, with the ADT on this, and you had said that we could prioritize all 5 or 3 or 4.
Honest, I would love to walk out of here with at least 3.
Well, that's my concern is what Mr. Mitchell's bringing up. We need some better numbers.
And the board could say, hey, let's take Belcher off the list and give us 4. We still outpaced our numbers. Where I would start to get concerned, just as an example, if we prioritize Stave Mill, Belcher, and Narrows, we're still north of 800,000, but the dollars, right? So I want to have more than I can fund. And admittedly, we may not add one of them that you ask us to, but that way there's no worry about, what do I do with this money? Now, we can put it in a cost center. It doesn't go away. It doesn't evaporate. It comes right back to the county. So it's not the end of the world, but I'd love to be able to have more projects than I can fund from a board's perspective. And then we'll do our best to get them funded.
Mr. Tatum?
Well, Mr. Daniels, I appreciate that you have Timberline on the list, because in the last couple of years, I know there've been at least 2 houses that have gone in on Timberline on this unpaved section. And I get calls from people that travel that road right frequently as well, and people that own property know that want to build, but see what happens with the road too. So
Yeah, that was an easy number 1 for us. Honestly, it really was, countywide.
anyway, I appreciate that.
I think that's what we're hearing from the board, and it's Timberline, Stave Mill, and Narrows Road until you can find out better about Belcher Road and Clark on those numbers.
I don't know that Clark is wrong, because this is an average daily count.
So you think that's pretty
We do, and once again, we didn't put that on there because of everyday traffic. We put that on there as the relief valve for the 220 crashes, and we dump traffic onto Pleasant Hill, and they're headed southbound. That was the thing on Clark. So that, and it's a thank you, Mr. Chairman. I could not apply unpaved road money to Clark. I don't expect the volume to necessarily go up unless there's some development going on that we're probably not going to
That'll be
happen.
over 50.
Yes, but I can apply telefee to it. Now, I got to go back. I'll do the figuring on the exact telefee based on project closeout. But, 250, 300,000, whatever the telefee is, we've got enough to at least get a huge head start on Clark if the board chose to do it. But once again, it was only because of the relief valve. Had nothing to do with everyday traffic.
So then that would be the Timberline, Stave, Narrows, Clark, and Belcher. With Belcher, we need to, you got to do a better count on that, correct?
Yeah, and it's honestly in that order is fine. It's unlikely we're going to fund Belcher unless a miracle happens. So that would be fine, but at least that'd be great. If that's the order, that's fine.
What, I got thumbs up, head shaking from everybody. So it seems like that's your order, Timberline, Stave, Narrows, Clark, and Belcher, but that could switch after you get your count.
So let me just repeat that. So Timberline's number 1 priority, Stave Mill number 2. Then we'll start to fund Narrows, then Clark, and then Belcher if there's money available. So 3, let's see, 1, 2 is 962,000, and then 3, so we're a little over $1 million. We got to do a little figure in there. So we will get 1 and 2 added at a minimum. We'll start on 3, 4, and 5, probably not, but that's okay, as long as we know the order. And then we'll put them back in the plan. The plan will come before you with a summary next month.
Okay,
So, is
all right.
that good?
Any more questions? Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right. Mr. Carter. While Mr. Carter's coming, I see Ms. Dillon here. We had a ribbon cutting this past Friday at the new walking trail at the Smith Farm. Was very successful, a lot of people. And she sent me 2 or 3 pictures this weekend of how that trail has been being used already by the community. You're happy about that, aren't you, Ribbon? Thank you. Mr. Carter.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So I will, the financial report is not a lot of change from last month. So for the sake of trying to make up some time, I will breeze through this, but by all means, ask questions if you need to. So what we are for through March 31st, this is 9 months out of the fiscal year. We would expect 75% of the budget. And so for our revenues and our expenditures, where we would anticipate them to be, they're coming in appropriately, or our expenditures are being managed appropriately across our major categories. So to show graphically the revenues, you can see that we're up a little bit in March, but overall okay. Same thing with our categorical breakdown. Property taxes are coming in a little bit better than they were last year. Other local and state are pretty consistent. So to break that down a little bit further for you, real estate is pretty much flat from this point in time last year, 0.1% of an increase. Property is where we're seeing the increase. It's up about 19%. So that's about, it's 2.9 million year over year, but it's about 1.7 million over what we budgeted because we anticipated growth in personal property. So it's all part of gauging when vehicle values are going to decline as far as when that hits our budget. So local sales tax, it's up 831,000. That's almost a 15% increase year over year. See, it's almost 88% of the budget, so well above the 75% benchmark we would want to look for. Meals tax is up a little bit compared to last month at 61,000 year over year, and it's at 79%. So it's ahead, but it's just a little bit ahead of the 75% where we would anticipate to be at this point of the year. Transient occupancy, we continue to see a decline in that. That's down 38,000 year over year. And if you see, that's at 68% of the budget, so we are behind the anticipated 75% where we'd want to be. It's difficult to really say what's driving that other than a slowdown in rentals as far as what we're seeing there. Not a major driver of the budget, but it is falling behind where we would like to be this point in time of the fiscal year. So for expenditures, up a little bit in March compared to prior year, but again, percentage-wise, overall fine when we look at our general fund overall. Categorically, to show that to you, we have slight increases across the board, which is what we would expect based on cost of living increases and additional inflationary costs that were in the current year budget. So health and welfare, you see CSA and social services up. We don't anticipate that going down anytime soon. Really no change in fund balance from last month. You can kind of see the remaining available with our 20% and our budget stabilization and capital reserve balances as they are today. So for economic update, the CPI did increase in March, 3.5%. That was higher than expected. Of course, the benchmark rate is still 2% from the Federal Reserve. So they did not reduce the federal funds rate for at their March meeting. Their next meeting is April 30th and May 1st. Now there has been, originally it was thought that the rate may start dropping around the summer. Now they may not drop until the fall, if at all, in calendar year 2024 based on persistent inflation. So we could continue to see higher interest rates for the rest of the calendar year. State budget update. So really tomorrow, the General Assembly reconvenes from the governor's proposed amendments to the budget. Basically, a couple highlights that will probably impact the locality the most. The governor did veto the 1% sales tax for school construction, and so not sure if there will be enough votes to override that in the General Assembly. What that means is if we move forward with any school capital projects, it's going to cost higher taxes amongst other revenue streams than it would be that 1%. That was going to be a real important tool for us as a locality to fund school capital. So that at this point is not going to move forward. Something we'll of course plan for future budget and CIP funding. So eliminated the sales tax on digital services. That was approved by the General Assembly. So overall, the governor's proposed amendments did reduce the overall budget. And so proposed, I'll skip down to the next bullet, that does look like it will be some impact to the funding for public education. Unsure of what that local impact would be at this point. There are no detailed numbers from the state that we're aware of. So what will happen is the state will, the General Assembly will reconvene, they will negotiate, we will have a budget, the state agencies will then start providing revenue estimates for localities. What it does do, or did do at this point, is maintain a 3% cost of living increase for state-supported local employees and for school employees. And so that looks to be an area of common ground that both the governor and General Assembly are coalescing around. And so we did, from our budget standpoint, propose a 3% cost of living increase for all employees as well. And that's it, Mr. Chairman. Are there any questions?
Any questions on the budget?
Mr. Carter, I don't know if I'm correct about this. The schools would probably know better. But in terms of monies coming from the state for the schools, I know that the JLARC report was issued 2 years ago, and the General Assembly's had significant pressure on it to fund SOQs. And my understanding, if it's correct, is that the direct, the at-risk aid line item specifically is where we might see some increases coming into the schools. And my question, and I don't know the answer to this at this point, but if that money comes in, is it going to be restricted? I think it might be, given that it's for at-risk. So I'm not sure, the school construction money piece, coming in does not look, I'm not optimistic about, some of these larger funding initiatives for public ed. So we'll just have to wait and see. But I think the General Assembly has had so much pressure on it from the JLARC report that I think this might be a first step in them acknowledging with the at-risk line item of trying to get that addressed. Do you agree with that, or am I off base?
Yes, ma'am. That was one line item, that the
Yeah.
at-risk to be funded. I think the governor's amendments did reduce that from the General Assembly. So what that looks like, I do not know, but yes, I agree. That looks like that was some movement in the direction of some of the recommendations from the JLARC study.
Thank you, Brian.
Yes, ma'am.
Any more questions? All right, moving along, Brian, we've got your RFP request for Robinson Farmer Cox Associates for the auditing.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so I don't have anything on the screen. Of course, it's in your packet. So
It's number 14 in your packet.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So every so often, and we went through this process 5 years ago, we have to procure services, in this case, our auditing services for the county. So we issued an RFP for that. We only received one response. We only received one response when we issued it in 2019. It's just a small market for us. Realistically, there are only 2 firms that offer the type of services we require. So just so you're aware, there are over 100 governmental accounting standards that we have to follow. So it's a very specialized field. So the average auditing firm does not have the staff or capacity to complete an audit of our requirements. So the 2 that are in the Roanoke region are Brown Edwards and Robinson Farmer Cox. And the only one that proposed was Robinson Farmer Cox Associates, which is our current auditor. And typically, based on what we see across the region, they're very reasonably priced. I do want to point out the overall cost only increased about $8,000 compared to this year's audit. So realistically, compared to what it's costing now for accounting staff across the industry, that's a very reasonable cost increase. We did have a 3-year commitment from them. We did request 7 one-year renewals out of that. If we don't like what we're getting after the 3-year commitment, we could, of course, go back and reissue an RFP at any point in those 7 one-year renewals. So be happy to answer any questions, but what staff is recommending, given our current history and knowing the qualifications of our current auditing firm and really no complaints from staff, recommend that the board award the audit contract to Robinson Farmer Cox.
If you look at your last page in attachment 14, you can see a breakdown of costs, and you can see some motions there. Does that give you any questions for Carter? If there's no questions, then I need to entertain a motion on whether we accept this RFP or we put it back out. Well, if nobody bid on it before, nothing to think that they'll do it again. So I need a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I make a motion to award the auditing services request for proposals to Robinson Farmer Cox Associates to provide the county's audit cost allocation plan and volunteer fire and rescue agreed upon procedure services for the fiscal years ending June 30th, 2024, 25, and 26, with an option to renew the contract for an additional 7 one-year renewal periods, and to authorize the county administrator and county attorney to execute all necessary contract documents.
Do we get a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn,
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison,
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take a quick break here, and then we'll come back and get into budget discussion. We'll take some time now to discuss the fiscal year 24-25 budget proposal. Last week, the board adopted the new tax rate by levy and raised it by real estate by 2 cents. Since that time, staff provided the board with some thoughts as to some budgetary cuts. We got them in our Friday packet, and I suppose everyone has responded to staff on where we're going to go with that. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to staff, Mr. Whitlow, Mr. Carter, for your presentation, and then Supervisor Mr. Nick Mitchell, I'll say it in a minute, had previously expressed his desire for some discussion concerning the Snow Creek Volunteer Rescue Squad, and we will also make sure that that's done here shortly. Ryan? Chris? Whoever.
Sure, I'll let Mr. Carter, Mr. Chairman, jump in, but as the chairman has said, of course, last week the board adopted the tax rate at 43 cents on real estate, and of course that was a reduction of 2 pennies from the proposed budget. So staff has had a chance, per the board's direction, to go back and look at some possibilities and of where to cut and make up the difference in those reduction in the revenues. That may be in the least impactful way, if you will, to the budget. And so we've tried to do that. Primarily, a lot of what we have shared with you all, and Mr. Carter is going to review this again with you, really is more towards the capital budget. It's still, this budget that is in play still provides additional money to capital. So we are working towards addressing the capital imbalance. Maybe not, at the full level, at the 45 cents, but at the 43, we are still making some strides towards that. That said, there are opportunities for the board going forward, just like in previous years, when we look at things like buses or fire apparatus replacement. More often than not, we will look at carryover, and we project that we will likely have, as we have the last couple of years, some carryover. And so utilizing carryover to fund such one-time purposes and working with our financial advisors certainly is advisable. They advise that. It's one way that we can do that. And then, of course, the fund balance If those purchases are advanced and they're made now, or if they're made next month or July 1st or whenever it may be, the fund balance, or wherever we pull from, budget stabilization reserve, capital reserve, all that can be replenished, as has been in the past, with carryover. And so I've asked Brian to provide the summary again for the board, what things look like. The big unknown, of course, is the state budget at this point. The General Assembly does reconvene tomorrow, and of course, the Board of Supervisors will likely remember it was late August, I believe, maybe September is late last year, before finally the General Assembly and the Governor's office were able to work out an amended biennium budget. Very similar. It could happen that the General Assembly will meet tomorrow and agree upon the budget and adjourn tomorrow. That being said, it could be that they may not do that and may take more time. In terms of the code legislative requirements of adoption, there is a requirement that schools adopt their budget by May the 15th, generally each year. However, there's another provision in the code that says, or 30 days with the conclusion of the General Assembly when all of the budget is finalized. So if the budget is not finalized tomorrow and so forth, it could be, a couple of weeks from now, then another 30 days. So we really don't know. But knowing a lot of what we had anticipated with the cost of living adjustments that the House of Delegates and the Senate were in their budget, and it's now in the governor's amended budget of 3% for state-supported employees as well as school employees. That remains intact. That remains in play. We have that in a reserve. The thing I think the board today, in terms of board action towards budget adoption, is that even though the budget can be adopted today, the budget likely then is appropriated later when all of the final numbers are shaken out through the state in terms of how much additional state revenue that the schools may receive, the county, et cetera. So we do not necessarily looking for the board to appropriate the budget today. That would be too premature. But it's not premature to adopt the budget today, just to give a general sense of where we would be. So that being said, Mr. Chairman, members of the board have asked Brian if he could provide a summary and maybe fill in a lot of the detail that I may have missed.
Yes, sir, thank you. So that's correct. What we're looking for today doesn't have to be today, but a budget adoption is not legally binding really until there's an appropriation. That's the ordinance, a resolution that is actually passed. So if state numbers change, we need to amend the budget, we have time between now and June 30th to do that. So we want to be clear on what we're looking at today. The tax rates were the main driver in order to get tax bills out. So as Mr. Whitlow said, for just a budget summary overview of where we are at this point, so it was a balanced budget, as we are legally required to bring you and adopt. The real estate tax rate, property tax rate, is reduced from 61 cents to 43 cents per $100 of assessed value. The other tax rates remain unchanged. So with the reduction, the overall 2025 proposed budget now, the net budget, net of transfers, is $178,792,441. That is a 2.73% decrease over the current year's budget. A lot of that decrease is driven by the drop-off of federal funding, one time mainly for the school system. So I want to be clear what's driving that. Structurally measured budget, it does balance modest new revenue with ongoing capital and operational expenses. We all know the inflationary environment that we are in. It offers flexibility with possible state funding adjustments, mainly we mentioned with the school system, still working out that process at the state level. And the board did approve tax relief for the elderly disabled on that as well. That was part of an option, knowing that the strain for the additional assessments and the taxes for our most needy citizens. So kind of an overview of the school budget, where we are, where we're where we're recommending to go. And so if the board will remember, in February, the school board requested and the board approved a one-time stopgap of $2.45 million to assist with the upcoming school year. And so that was broken out in a couple of ways, but $1.45 million in essentially what was fund balance, and $1.2 million in recurring funds that was remaining from their carryover from the fiscal 2023 fiscal year. And so as we look at that, in that $1.2 million that was their carryover, they requested $445,000 to fund ongoing compensation increases. It was to assist with funding year 2 of the compensation plan. And so, so then what happened was during the April 2nd budget work session, well, in between there were the school board voted to close two elementary schools. And so ultimately that led to a work session between the school staff and this board on April 2nd. Where they advised that the one-time funding would no longer be needed with the planned school closures. So now what that doesn't address is the $445,000 in recurring one-time money from the carryover that they would want for a compensation. So what we are recommending or proposing, and what we have as staff put together, so if you remember from the previous slide, I said the net budget is $178 million. Well, that is reduced by the $2.45 million one-time money. We're proposing removing that from the budget. That is not associated with the 43-cent tax rate. That was always funded with one-time money. That was fund balance. That was school carryover. That was basically our savings account. So I want to be clear, by removing that, that's not in any way tied to the 43-cent tax rate. What is tied to the 43-cent tax rate is $2 million worth of reductions and everything else. So, but for the school system funding, we're recommending that gets removed, the $2.45 million one time. What that would do would still leave the school carryover of the actual number is $1,181,745. We cannot recommend that one-time money be used for recurring expenses. We recommend, of course, that in our own county budget. We cannot recommend that for the school system budget. So we would recommend that would be a future carryover request for capital needs, whether school buses, whether other school maintenance, certainly up to the school system. So that would still be in play. We would have to be a future appropriation and action by this board in order for them to access and spend that money. What it does maintain, and we only felt was appropriate, is the estimate to fund an across-the-board 3% cost of living increase. We are proposing, and that is still in the proposed budget for the county employees, and it would also be for all school employees. That would be the $1,468,705. What we are recommending, though, is that be set aside as it was at the budget proposal in a non-departmental reserve, not actually assigned to the school system, until we really see what the state budget picture looks like and we get those revenue estimates. That's not really a change from what we proposed on March 5th. Just wanted to remind the board and bring it back up. We're still recommending that be held aside on the county side of the ledger rather than appropriating it, well, not appropriate, but assigning it to the schools at this point. So, as Mr. Whitlow said, the board tasked staff with looking at the numbers. So, of course, there are any number of variations that can occur in all of the line items of the budget, but as Mr. Whitlow said, we looked at it. We felt like this was probably the least impactful. Certainly welcome board feedback. But in order to cut $2 million out of the budget, we looked at things that were maybe not completely necessary for next year, or things that could possibly be reduced with the minimal operating impact. So because of the closure of 2 elementary schools, we are recommending removing 2 SRO officers from the funding for the sheriff's office. That would be that net impact off the grant, excuse me, is just below $43,000 per position. We also, if you remember, we proposed $400,000 of an SRO phase-in next year's budget. Well, that's not required for next year. What it does is it kicks the can. Eventually, in 1 or 2 years, we're going to have to fund that money. But we recommended reducing that by $254,000. We recommend reducing the fuel reserve. We have supplemented the line items in our departments over the last year or so, and so we haven't needed to access that money. So for the sake of, with sufficient reserves in other areas, for the sake of trying to cut things out of the operating budget, we reduced the fuel reserve. The board contingency, we have typically 50,000 in that. We reduced it by 30. Some DMV stops in the treasurer's office, that was a small amount, but something that they specifically didn't necessarily ask for. We thought we would add it. We took that out. Small amount in Parks and Recreation for supplies. We did not need, and that was part of the governor's action, we were planning for a possible minimum wage increase. That was to go from $12 to $13.50 January 1st. The governor vetoed that. And so that doesn't appear that that will occur. So we had $25,000 in the budget to pay for that. We removed that. Small maintenance in the landfill. And the items shaded in blue are capital items. And so for the sake of the volume of the reduction, we're recommending removing the funding for, we felt like ambulances, EMS vehicles were the more critical need at this point. So we recommended removing the funding for the fire apparatus. That typically the last several years has been funded by one-time money. As Mr. Whitlow said, we anticipate carryover that can certainly be funded. We're not recommending it not be funded. We're recommending it not be funded with recurring money in order to balance back to 43 cents. So I want to be clear on that. Take out a couple of other equipment and vehicles for an animal control vehicle. Again, these will likely show back up for the board in one-time carryover requests in the coming months. Same thing with equipment replacement, reduce that, some playground repair for Parks and Recreation, general property HVAC upgrades, some courthouse maintenance and roof replacement, reducing those balances that were in proposed capital, and completely eliminating the additional $500,000 that we were proposing for the school bus replacement for the school system. So overall, for the $2 million, that's $500,000 for the for the school system and capital. That is $1.5 million for the county in operating and capital. For the school system, when you combine the $500,000, which what is ultimately going to be a reduction of the $445,000 for their compensation by removing that one-time money, the school system is looking at a $945,000 reduction to funding. And the county would be looking at a $1.5 million reduction in funding in this scenario. And so wanted to reemphasize the note on the of the $1,181,745 that is on the county side of the ledger now, reverts to the county, but that's fiscal year 2023 carryover, so certainly available for the school system for a future use should the board have any questions. So ultimately, this is our proposal. Depending on board action, what we would be looking for if the board so desire, depending on any amendments to the proposal here. If we want to move forward with the budget adoption, what we would want to do and look for is two things. Because of how the process has worked at the state level, and with our construction grant applications with the Virginia Department of Education, we think it's cleaner to have two votes. We would like to adopt the budget, but we'd also like to adopt a separate 5-year CIP. And that will be cleaner for any future grant opportunities. We ran into some confusion on that at the state level when we applied for grants for the middle school and CTE projects here the last year. So with that, be happy to answer any questions or take board feedback, provide more information. Certainly would be looking for your thoughts.
Brian,
Anybody got any comments? Go ahead.
I have a couple questions, Brian. The fire apparatus, the $850,000, what is that? Where are the HVAC upgrades and where are the roof replacements in these capital items?
As far as what would the reduction in funding be? Because these are all capital fund, and so we funded some. It doesn't reduce all of it, but there is a schedule. So what staff will do is go back and determine what units can live another day or what can.
So this is not a specific fire apparatus, it's just a dollar amount towards
It's the
one?
dollar amount proposed in the budget.
Okay.
So the next truck in the rotation would be Boone's Mill, and so ultimately this would cut recurring funding for the fire truck rotation. And 850 was the full amount proposed in the capital budget.
So it's the Boone's Mill fire truck then?
Essentially, what we would have to do is come back and fund that with one-time money. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
What about the other two that he was talking about? the roof replacement and the, what was the other one?
HVAC upgrade.
HVAC upgrade.
The HVAC upgrades are based off of the HVAC inventory that I spoke about a couple meetings ago. We have identified what units will need to be replaced fairly immediately, and then it goes into like a 1 to 3 year time period, 3 to 5 year, 5+. So that number is really just setting aside funding so that we'll be able to complete those upgrades. It's not necessarily a specific building at this point. We also just completed roof replacement or roof assessments for all of our main facilities. I should have those results back, I'd say, in the next 2 weeks. So far, we don't have anything that's identified as an immediate replacement except for the YMCA facility, which it looks like we do have that federal earmark funding that'll assist with that. Everything else is probably a 5+ year replacement timeline. So really, this is just building the funding that'll be necessary for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so for what we did propose, we proposed $210,000 total in HVAC. So this would be reducing that by 30. So it doesn't eliminate the funding. It moves us closer to the goalpost. And for the roof replacements, we proposed $100,000. So this would take $10,000 out of that proposed in local funding money. So we're not eliminating, but we are reducing. And as Ms. Rosser
This is what
said,
you're taking out.
that's correct. This is what we're proposing to take out to get to $2 million in cuts. Yes, sir.
Okay.
It does leave funding though for those projects, just not as much.
Anyone else? Anyone
I
else?
have a question, Mr.
Smith.
Chairman. So Brian, on the, I understand you're asking for the encompassing motion to include CIP.
Yes, ma'am.
Question, on the spreadsheets that we have in our budget binder, it looks like for the 24, 25, I guess I'll just go down to my bottom line question. The amount that is reflected in 25, 26, are these monies programmed in, with the exception of those that are in blue? Are these programmed in?
So that's correct. So a pending board action, what will happen is the line items that are affected here will be reduced. Now, the only year we look at from an actual appropriation or an actual funding is next year. So I think you said 25, 26, which would be year 2 of the 5-year. So those are all planning. This in no way commits the board to fund years 2 through 5 in the CIP. What it does do is provide a plan for staff to then make sure we align resources appropriately. That will get amended next year when we look at next year's budget. So I want to be clear on that. Any adoption realistically is only the local funding for next year alone. All it really provides at that point is a plan for staff to plan resources appropriately. And larger projects, we would work with Davenport to align a possible borrowing if the board wanted to move forward with some of these to align in the year needed. That's all it is, Ms. Smith.
So is there any way for us to determine off of this spreadsheet of the projects that are listed for 24, 25? It's listing requested funds, and I'm assuming, given your answer, that these were programmed in about what actually got done and what didn't.
So the proposed local column is what was proposed to be funded, the one just to the right from requested. So yes, ma'am. Of course, not everything that was requested was funded either. But if you're looking at what projects would be funded, I'm assuming you're looking. I'm looking at the page, say 68 of your proposed budget book. If you have that, there is a proposed fiscal year 24-25 proposed local column. And so anything in that column that has an amount will look to be funded next fiscal year, with the exception of the reductions we've recommended in blue on the screen.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, does that open up for any more questions or comments? Mr. Quinn?
Thank you. So I have a couple comments, and then I have just one question. I want to go back to the beginning of the budget discussions, and on February 20th, the county gave us this 100-page 3-ring binder with very detailed breakdown of the county budget items. So full transparency, there was a line for every dollar spent. And for me, this amounted, though, to a raw data dump. There was really no analytics behind it to help us understand what's really important, why these changes are occurring. And upon looking at the expenditure summary sheet, which again is in that book, I discovered the non-school portion of the county budget went up 17%, which I've mentioned a couple times. In dollar terms, the non-school portion of the county budget went up $13 million, from $75 million to $88 million. And this increase was masked by a corresponding decline in the school budget. So when you looked at the total county budget, it was virtually unchanged. So then my commentary on that data is two things. First, I suggested giving us a breakdown of this $13 million increase, since that is necessary to make an informed decision on the budget. And we, as the Board of Supervisors, should not have to be data sleuths or forensic accountants to figure out this increase. And so at this point, I cannot vote to adopt a budget without first understanding the basis for the increase. And my second comment is, on March 5th, each of the Board of Supervisor members made comments about the budget that included additions, deletions, changes, and my expectation, being brand new, of course, was that the county would return with recommended changes that would attempt to satisfy certainly not all Board of Supervisor comments, but some of them. And to date, I haven't seen any changes to the budget in response to the March 5th comments. This analysis here that you just provided is great, but that's really in response to the 2-penny decline in the tax rate. So those are my comments. And then I just have one specific question. So the school board, when they presented their budget, they were looking for 98 million, and you had one slide with lots of ins and outs and adjustments. And of the 98, they asked for 98.4 million, and in your budget, you were giving them 3 million less. And this is going back to the beginning, and now you presented us a slide with the school budget, and I'm just wondering, of the 98.4 that they requested, how much are they getting in the end? That's part one of the question. And then part two is, with that, I'm assuming it's some kind of reduction for the school budget versus what they asked for. What does that do to phase two of the compensation plan, where they were trying to bring the teachers back up and to their steps, the number, not all the steps, but a third of the way back up? So that it's a two-part question.
Sorry, let me write a note for a minute. Okay. So I guess the first part, there was a comment, the county general fund did not go up 17%. We've addressed that a couple of times. So I want to correct the record. The county general fund went up 11.66%. And when you reduce the 3% COLA and the money we set aside for the school system and capital, which we've addressed, the county general fund went up 2.31%, which is less than the annual rate of inflation. So I'll be real clear on the increase. Now, as far as the rest of it, I think, Mr. Quinn, the reduction is, the schools asked for an additional 2.8, 2.9 million from the county, and they wanted us to raise taxes to do that. We did not recommend that, and so what we have recommended is 1.4 million in recurring 3% cost of living increase for them. But if you remember, we recommended to hold that back in a county reserve, so you don't see that in school funding at this point. So that's why it looks like it's a $3 million reduction. Ultimately, from what they requested, if the board does approve that, that would get them about halfway there, essentially, from their compensation. But a lot of that is so dependent on what the state is going to fund, and we just don't know. At the last, with the General Assembly budget, it was based on the General Assembly budget recommended at the time, and they said, the school staff said there would be enough money to fund year two of the compensation plan with the county's 1.4 million. Mm-hmm. Till we receive those state numbers, we just don't know. I could not answer how far along with the 1.4 million the school system could get in year two of their compensation plan. What I can answer is, if at this level with what the governor has proposed, the county would meet the required local effort of the 3% across the board for the school system with the 1.4 million. So it would provide at least the 3%. depend on state funding and possibly other school adjustment budget to fund any remainder on year 2 of the compensation plan. So did that get, what else did I
Yeah,
miss,
so,
Mr. Quinn?
so my 17% calculation is really based on page 9, this total summary of the county budget, which is 183 million. And if I just take out the school, that's where my calculations are. So I think it's a fair assessment if this page 9 of the book is correct, because the page 9 of the book is the total summary of the budget for the county, I think, right?
CIP out. You gotta take the CIP out.
Yeah, that includes everything. So that's CIP.
That's what I mean.
911's.
It's everything. I'm putting everything in when I do that calculation. Yeah.
Okay, well, and that's why our point is, I think your comment was that the general fund went up 17%. That's incorrect.
No, and I mean the total
Total,
fund
yes,
as
sir.
presented on page 9 went up 17%. That's
You're okay.
my point.
You're correct, but our recommendation for that was a lot of capital in there that was one time. So I don't want the perception that the county is voting a 17% increase for a lot of operational, for raises and for new staff. I think that was implied. I want to make sure for our general citizenry, that's not the case with what is being proposed.
Yeah, understand and I agree.
Thank you.
And then on the school, it would just be interesting to get the school's feedback about what this cut will do to their phase 2. It would be interesting for us to know, unless you already have that and you could share it with us.
I do not. No, sir.
Okay, I'm all set. Thank you.
Carter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last year, well, let me just say this. The county ended FY 2023 with other reserve balances of approximately $26.75 million. That's from Davenport. With interest earnings of 4.5%, the county could earn upwards of $1.2 million annually in interest, the equivalent of a 1-cent tax increase. That's considered one-time money, correct?
The interest earnings? Well, now, we balance the budget with interest earnings.
Last year.
Yeah, well, this year, yeah. Well, last year's budget, but the current year we're in. So what we did, Mr. Carter, is that was about $2.3 million. We reduced that up to about $300,000 to $2 million this year, assuming at some point interest rates will drop with the Federal Reserve. So it is still funding some recurring operating.
Well, just as a reference to what I offered when we voted on this tax rate, I offered 42 cents and used some of this money to balance the budget. That's one-time money, and we did it last year. I just want the board to be aware of that because I got a lot of feedback on that at the last meeting. So that money can be used. And I want to talk a little bit about inflation. And you mentioned the feds are holding up these interest rates. We are entering, in my opinion, a bad economy, and here we're going to tax our citizens moving forward. I don't agree with that. In my working career, I used gold prices as a benchmark to what the economy was doing. Gold has reached a historic all-time high, $2,400 an ounce. When I started working, it was $50 an ounce. I'm just concerned about this tax increase, and for that reason, I am not going to vote for this budget. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, may I make one other
Sure,
comment?
go ahead.
On the capital list, Brian, and I guess this is a decision of the board. I would like to see added to at least have placeholders for the canneries and the Westlake Trail. It would have to be a placeholder for the Westlake Trail because we're in current understanding of funding streams. And so I would like there to be additions to that for those two areas if the board would see fit to do so.
Remind us what the canneries was, what that proposed was, increase.
What the proposed increase?
You got it off the top of your
I
head?
don't have it off the top of my head.
I think
How
it's
much was it?
110,000, I think.
110.
Yeah, with the grants and local funding, I think there's some extra. So if I understand,
1,000 was our part.
yeah, we have some of that. We have that already budgeted from previous carryover. So it wouldn't be a future payment. But what we could do is if we wanted to put a placeholder for canneries or for Westlake Trail, just a line item, we could put zeros across if we wanted to show that.
Yeah, I'd like the place, now with the canneries, I mean, I think Mr. Thompson, you may have made a good point. The schools own that program, if you
Yes.
will. And so, in my tenure, I've never seen any responsibility taken over maybe, $37,000 or so for the canneries. So we need to be having a discussion with the school board about who's gonna own the canneries on their CIP. I'm suggesting we have a placeholder, but I think the same question needs to be asked of the school board. Because we've been funding these CIP, as far as, I don't think they've contributed to the CIP monies that we've expended. And so I think that question needs to be asked, but I would like a placeholder here as an acknowledgement, that this board wants to and sees the need to have our canneries, to the extent that there's a placeholder in here pending further discussions with the school board. I don't know what the board thinks about that.
We have any further discussion on that? On Ms. Smith's proposal? Cannery reviews. Cannery revenues. I'm looking on the, in the budget, in the schools, item 4454. Page 85.
Are you in the school board budget, Mr.
In the
Chairman?
school board budget, in the budget book on page 85.
Gotcha, thank you.
It's item 4454. Okay. Anything else? Does that add anything to anybody else's, good, bad, or otherwise? Mr. Mitchell?
There might not be anyone here to answer my question, but going back in, when Paul Chapman was here, we were talking to him about the Parks and Rec budget, and Supervisor Carter asked him, so it's a total of 3 positions. Does anyone know where those maintenance positions will be designated to? What their scope will be?
I don't know off the top of my head the specific locations of the maintenance, but there were 2 maintenance and 1 recreation specialist. So.
I believe one of them was at Wade Park and the other one was trail maintenance, so that would be facilities.
That's correct.
Well, and that's something to keep in mind when we hear about all these things, and it has to be paid for. And Mr. Jamison brought up a point a couple weeks ago about insurance premiums, and then we just talked about another benefit earlier about the VRS deal. And I'm all for looking after our employees, but we have to keep a check on that because we're taking money from the taxpayer to fund it, and that's a lot of money going out, and we need to look to that in the future. And looking at the cuts y'all made here, I don't like the $500,000 for the school buses because that just keeps hounding us all the time. And some of these, like those SRO positions from the closing schools, that was, of course that was going to happen. Oh, and Brian, the fuel reserve that we're cutting $81,000 out of, what is the total in that?
That would be, from what I think, that was the entire amount of reserve we proposed from last year, for next year. So that would be, we would have no fuel reserve for next year.
So that would eliminate the entire fuel reserve?
Pretty much. There might be a small remainder in it. But we have supplemented, the reason why we recommended that is we've supplemented the other line items already in departments, and so we haven't been spending all of it. Now, if gas goes to $4.20 or 30 cents a gallon again, we could need it, but what we felt like was we've sufficiently added in the departments, and we have sufficient reserves and usually fairly strong collections to cover any overage.
And I like the strides that you all made in this going toward capital. I think that's super important. I think we need to look at You know, we've got 3 positions for Parks and Rec in here. We have a position for a code enforcement officer, which I think needs to be a discussion, have the sheriff again, because that was the deal when we did it. And maybe see if he's assigning that to any of these school resource officers for the summer. But there's 4, you know, I think we need to be looking at some of the more operations side, because it's obvious we're taking some big hits in the capital. Other than that, that's all I've got.
Well, I got a question there for you, Mr. Carter, and Mr. Mitchell just hit on it. And that was the school bus replacement. How much was left into that?
So it still
Is that
funds.
the 880,000?
840. So it would still
840, so
fund
it's
the.
300.
Yes, sir. It would still fund the 340, which is what we fund today. We had recommended an additional 500,000 to that to try and help catch them up. So the 500,000 reduces what the additional, but it would keep the 340,000 that we fund today.
Have you heard any numbers on how much it costs to replace a school bus?
I have not, just preliminary research. I mean, I think it depends on the load and the number of participants. It's easily $100,000 to replace a school bus.
So that'll be 3 school buses instead of 8, roughly.
Roughly, we certainly could get more numbers from the school staff.
Mr. Chairman, is that a number that we should be, when we're talking about school, is that a number that we should be looking at our contribution to, and Chris, this might be a question for you, is that a number we should be looking into our budget at, or is that a number that we're thinking the schools need to be looking in their budget to come up with more money for that? Because, and I'm coming off of that on a comparison of what we're contributing to replace school buses versus what we're contributing for vehicle replacement in other county departments. We've got a huge fleet of school buses running everywhere, but we've got other places with less vehicles getting the same amount of money to replace them. And there's something off there, and I'm wondering if that's something we need to be looking at, or if that's on the school side.
Sure. Mr. Mitchell, to answer your question, all school capital is funded. It's the capital transfer. It's transferred from the county budget to the school's budget. The schools do not receive any funds from the state for capital. They receive funds for operating, things of that nature. So if a school construction, as an example, it's funded with county dollars through debt service. If it's busing, if it's facilities, if it's roofs, repairs, that's the capital transfer. It goes to the schools, but it comes from the county side of the ledger. And so the recurring capital transfer to the schools is approximately 1.3 million, 1.2, I should say. 880 they use typically for, pavement, roofs, things of that nature. 340,000 is approximate for the buses. And so the schools, and you'll recall from Dr. Sears' presentation, that they're getting further and further behind on school bus replacement. And so recognizing that and hearing that, our staff proposed that we needed to add 500,000 additional dollars to the 340 to make sure that a few years from now we really don't fall way behind, or the schools doesn't fall way behind. So I hope that answered your question, Mr. Mitchell.
And I guess in a roundabout way, that brings me back to saying we need to, some of these other spots where we're replacing vehicles, we should shave off there and add to that. Because that's not much money when we look at the amount of buses we have.
There are a lot of buses.
I got a kindergartner getting registered today. He'll be on a bus. So that needs to be looked at.
Go ahead, Tim.
Mr. Carter, all those items listed and highlighted in blue, they're all capital. And even though they've been taken or recommended being taken out of the budget for this year, if this board deems necessary, we could pay for any one of those with one-time money. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. This is only in regards to the 43 cent, the recurring transfer. Yes,
So
sir.
if the school came to us, say, next month, and said, we have a dire need, we need to buy 10 buses, we need $500,000 in addition, we could pull one-time money and make that purchase for them.
Yes, sir, that's correct. And we would recommend that we look at their 1.2 million in carryover for things of those. Yes, sir.
So just because these made the list, the cut list, doesn't mean that we're gonna not do them. In other words, the fire truck for Boone's Mill, it's on here, but we plan on purchasing that truck using carryover money or one-time money or whatever. It's just coming out of what was budgeted recurring.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
That's correct.
That's the way I was seeing it too, that
But that's still
these were reckoned, huh?
a term we use a lot, kicking the can, with it not being in a budget, it's still, that's what it is.
Well, I
And I
think-
would love to see them using, the schools especially, using their carryover as, capital projects on buildings.
I think in just leaning off of what Mr. Carter said, you know, we got some money there that, from the twice-a-year tax collection. That, but we gotta be careful. We gotta be careful with using that one-time money.
I agree, and that's why my suggestion is to maybe pull it from others and add it to that one.
We don't need to start going backwards after what we've done in the last couple of years. But we got to move forward very carefully. We got to be very prudent with our funds, with our taxpayers' funds. I mean, very prudent. And then any kind of appearance, I mean, we're in a microscope on that, so with that's done. All right, now, it's been requested that we make a motion or move forward on accepting the budget as proposed. Now, we do not have to appropriate any money at all. We can do that at a later date, after the state, they may see what they're gonna do. But we do probably need to move forward to give county either accept this new proposed reduction, the scenario that he's given us at the 43-cent tax rate, accept it or deny it. And if we deny it, then we're gonna have to give staff, it's gonna be, the buck's gonna stop with us, tell them what we're gonna have to do to make it work out. So with that being said, before I call for the question, I'm gonna open the floor up for your comments on what I just said and what has just been proposed.
Chairman?
Everybody got it? Oh, go ahead,
I
Ed.
did. I just want to thank staff. Last week when we passed the 43-cent tax rate, that was 2 pennies less than what you'd planned on. The budget that you proposed, that you presented this board, in my opinion, was a very fair and well thought out budget. It covered a lot of categories that we needed to put some attention to. And at the end of the meeting last week, we gave you a reduced rate of 43 cents. And you, Mr. Carter, Mr. Whitlow, and staff went back and you brought us back a proposed budget that is balanced, that takes out that 2 pennies that we asked you to. And I appreciate that. I think that it has been well thought out. It covers, it may take from some areas that we would like to see more funding, but that's going to require more revenue. I support the proposed budget as presented. We voted last week on the 43-cent tax rate, and that has been set. I think it's reasonable with what we have before us, knowing fully that if something comes up and we need to pull from one-time money to fund these, that we have that option. And I agree with Mr. Mitchell. I think that we need to do all we can to see to it we have the safest buses out on the road carrying our children around the county, and nobody would want to cut those off. And so if we need to increase that, we can pull from one-time money to do so. The fire apparatus, same way. We want to make sure that we have safe, functional trucks serving our citizens and also carrying our firefighters around. So, we can tap into one-time money if we need to there. So just for me, Mr. Chairman, I support the proposed budget as presented with the cuts that the staff has made.
Anyone else got any comments? Anyone, Ms. Smith?
Sure. I echo Mr. Tatum with a lot of gratitude to Mr. Whitlow, Mr. Carter, and staff. We've had a lot on us with this budget season. We're all under budget fatigue, I think. I like Mr. Tatum. I think that you guys did a great job trying to find $2 million in reductions. I certainly like the balance that I'm seeing between operating and capital. We all know that our operating budget has been squeezed to no end, to the extent we had to balance it with interest income without cutting services. That's where we are. And so, and I think the capital that we're able to keep, independent of these reductions, I think it is a huge step forward for this board. I really think we need to be proud of the fact that we are acknowledging that we've kicked capital down the road year after year after year, and I would say into the decades. And we have an opportunity to be very thoughtful and deliberate about how we fund the capital needs of this county. And I think that this budget makes a nice step in that direction. And so I definitely support the capital piece. I voted for the 43-cent tax rate, and I do likewise, I support the proposed budget with the $2 million articulated cuts as presented today, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else? Well, I can only echo what my previous two colleagues have said. I think that staff has done an excellent job, even with the proposed $2 million cut. And so, you guys, thanks for your hard work and everything there. Anyone else got anything to say before I ask for the question?
Mr. Chairman,
All right, Mr. Mitchell.
I would just say what I said before. I'd like to, you got those 3 positions for Parks and Rec. You got the code enforcement, and I would ask that the vehicle replacement be shaved from other areas and added back, not all the way, but partially for the school buses. And I would have to say I've heard the commissioner's office ask for a position time and time again to help evaluate some of these things that are coming from native values and things such as that, especially on the personal property side. And one of those 4 positions that I named going there instead of where they are.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I think the commissioner has a part-time position
I think the commissioner got one.
that she's never has filled.
We had that discussion last year.
Well, it's still
That
there.
doesn't work out.
Where were the new placement? Chris,
The new,
positions.
okay. There, Mr. Chairman.
One was Parks maintenance worker, parks maintenance on the trail, 3 paramedics, 1 solid waste junior mechanic, Parks and Rec specialist in athletics, public communication technician, info technology, planning code enforcement officer, finance administrator 2 was cut.
No, anything below that's not budget.
That's not budget.
That's correct.
So it's 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's a 10 new position, and it was not one in Ms. Torrance's office.
Could I make a comment, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Commissioner of Revenue is the only department in this county that brings money in. All the rest spend money. If you're gonna give somebody a full-time position, she is a money-making department. The rest of them are money spenders. That's just my opinion. And Mr. Mitchell is correct. It was a part-time position that, if I remember correctly from discussion, she couldn't fill it because nobody wanted it part-time.
If we were to put that back in there, where would that, you got any thoughts off the top of your head where that would come from? The funds?
As far as replacing it with an existing proposed or adding it, so in funding 11 positions?
Adding a new position.
I was looking at, as the board was talking, so we did increase Ms. Torrance's part-time line item, again, trying to get to that full-time level in the proposed budget to little over $27,000 this year. So if I'm looking at the total costs, and depending on the health insurance, so I mean, around the 75, I mean, we would need about another $50,000 to fund that full time with what we've. Now, that's going to be dependent upon the health insurance selected and all the other benefits. We just don't know. We conservatively project it could be less than 50, but that's what we would need, Mr. Chairman, to add that as an 11th funded position.
And where would you, off the top of your head, propose that they come from? Good question, huh?
Well, Mr. Chairman, the main reserves are in our non-departmental. Give me a second.
What page are you on in the book?
I'm on page 62, Mr. Chairman, of the proposed budget book. The only thing I could say is that we have $25,000 in the leave payout. If we remember, that was added for termination pay, because right now, if you have a long-term employee with a lot of leave, and our departments have to shoulder the burden of that cost to pay that employee out of their leave. We put that in to assist departments with their budgets when long-term employees leave. That $25,000 could be eliminated or repurposed for half of it, and then we could take another $25,000 from possibly the personnel reserve. That dwindles it a little low, but we usually are conservative in that projection, so that could be possible, Mr. Chairman.
I seems to be hearing that a whole lot from Ms. Torrance. I'd like to hear from the rest of the board on that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd go back, I mentioned one other time, the 3 positions for the paramedic and firefighters, that's $246,000. Either, I would say, hold off. I don't consider it being new positions, being a cut to services at this point. We wait on the grant. If I understood right, if we hire them now, that's gonna lessen our chances to get the grant money. Am I right in that, Chris?
I was gonna say, Mr. Sandy, you got any input on that, on those 3 positions with that grant money?
I mean, here again, we're looking for money and to fund positions, even cutting it back from 3, possibly 1, 2, whatever.
Yes, so the proposal really was 3, that was 1 per shift to kind of be added to help us with redundancy on each shift. So we really don't have any extra employees per shift, so we're seeing the issue where somebody's out on vacation or out on leave. If you have more than 2, we're having to shut down the truck during that time. And so part of the effort here is to add another person to each shift to help us maintain those ambulances on the road on a daily basis. And so relative to the grant, so we just applied for the grant on Friday. That grant likely would not be something that would come into play until next budget year. In my opinion, we probably won't hear anything on that as far as an award for at least a year. So I think that's probably going to be a discussion next year. Do we want to add 3 more if we're successful in getting that grant? So I guess the decision now would be don't add 3 now, and you wait till next year and see if you're successful in getting the grant. But the intention of the 3 in this year was not related to the grant. It was really just to help us fill each shift and have enough capacity on each shift.
But we didn't get the SAFER grant this past time.
Last time, we did not. We asked for 9 positions that time, so
Yeah.
we're only asking for 3 this time, so maybe we have,
And what's the cycle time of the grant?
I'm sorry?
What is the cycle time of the grant?
It is
If
3 years
awarded?
if I'm, 3 years, yeah.
So we're just putting a
pick-
Band-Aid on this if we get that money, and then have to pick up the full ride after 3 years.
Correct. It just pays for the first 3 years of it, and then we end up paying all of it after that point, yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, if I can just address Mr. Jamison's comment. One of the things, this is something, Mr. Jamison, that I've been seriously advocating for, and I work really closely with public safety as much as I can. And one thing that's become quite apparent to me when I think about the priorities of the services we provide, when we have to admit that we do not have redundancy in our EMS staff and ambulances, we're not doing the taxpayers any favors. If I've got an ambulance, one ambulance that leaves Scruggs as an example, and we get another call in Scruggs, I know of one case, we lost a gentleman, the ambulance had to come from Ferrum because there's no redundancy built in our systems at all. And this county is large, and our first due areas, we're lucky we've got good, volunteer stations across the county. But my fear is if we don't start acknowledging that we can't do anything more than just one ride out, and if you need a second one, the patient's got to wait for it, number one, depending upon where it is. And at what point are we going to up and say as a board that this has got to be a priority and we got to start funding this thing accordingly, for a few years? I mean, I think that this is a priority service that the taxpayers expect. And when we, God forbid, lose a life because we can't get there for 30 minutes because one ambulance that's supposed to be there can't be there, or it's marked out of service because somebody's on vacation or is sick, that's unacceptable to me. And so for those reasons, I've advocated hard for us to begin addressing redundancy on the EMS side, if that helps.
Mr. Sandy, has that happened? Have we had a problem, or how many times have we had a problem?
Yes, it is an issue that we have. I think
Ongoing?
Keith is back there, but I think 40% of the time, I think we've had to shut down one truck 40% of the time, roughly, because we didn't have enough staff for every single truck. So we staff 6 trucks 24 hours a day. Well, I guess 7 trucks technically, 24 hours a day throughout the county. What we're saying is if we're down a person on the shift, 1 or 2 people, that we have to drop from 7 trucks covering the county to 6 trucks or 5 trucks, depending on how many people are out on a given day. And so we've seen that happen about 40% of the time. And again, people are out for various reasons, but vacation, sick leave, training, those are the reasons that, somebody may be out for that given shift or not able to work that shift. We try to fill it with part-time and overtime, but those opportunities have dwindled as far as the available people that we can bring in to work those kind of extra shifts, if you will. So I think sometimes we're successful in getting someone to come in for like 8 hours of the 24-hour shift, but maybe not the entire 24-hour shift. So we try to backfill it where we can. It's just the challenge here is, I'll use a library as an example. Maybe if library is missing someone because of they're out sick that day, an analogy is they don't necessarily have to shut down the library because they're down a person. But in public safety, if we don't have those 2 dedicated crew to that ambulance, we have to shut that ambulance down till we have the 2 staff people to run it. So does that help? That's kind of the issue that we run into, staffing, because we don't have kind of extra staff necessarily to jump on the truck and take over that shift while somebody's out.
So we're gonna hire 3 this year, and then if we get the grant next year, we're gonna have 3 more?
Potentially. I mean, yeah, we would actually like to have more than just 1 extra per shift, but right now in this budget, we started with just trying to get 1 extra person per shift to help.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's pretty much 3 is the bare minimum too, right?
Yeah, the reason
three
it's
is the bare
3 is,
minimum.
yeah, the reason it's 3 is because we have 3 shifts. So
Right,
it's
one
really,
for each shift.
It ends up being 1 person per shift.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's, that, did somebody else, did you have something else to add, Mike? Mr. Carter?
Just for me, I would rather keep the 3 EMTs. If we're gonna look for a place to find some money, I would look at one of those Parks and Recs jobs or the code enforcement officer. The sheriff's told us we can use the SROs for code enforcement. When Mr. Chapman was in here, I asked him what a recreational specialist did. It's basically to coordinate volunteers for the Little League teams.
I was looking at this here as we were doing that, and if we were going to do any cuts, I could see the planning code enforcement officer and the Parks and Rec athletic specialist for doing that. Somebody's got to be doing that now. I know it's putting on there, And the sheriff did say that he was going to have the SROs available for code enforcement. And they're already police officers, and that's what you need for that. And I think if, that's where I'd rather see the cut at there. Man, and I think we need a code enforcement officer. But we can at least see where that goes with the SROs this year.
Mr. Chairman, may I comment on that?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
You all know this has been a position I've been advocating for since I got on the board. We have ordinances. We have no enforcement on the backside of our ordinances, or when we grant all of these special use permits and so forth, there's nobody looking. And to bring SROs in for 3 or 4 months of the year and just think that a policeman basically is going to be versed in planning, especially, and the types of things that we need to enforce on the planning side, which is going to be a lot of that position. This position, that person's going to need to understand the basis from which they're enforcing, going out. We'll have, potentially fines that will, recoup revenue from as well. But this is not just going out randomly and just writing somebody a ticket or saying shame on you. This is a position to help us. When we put the work in of adopting these ordinances, we're saying that they need to mean something. We're saying that there's no teeth in our ordinances for anybody to follow up on all of the things that we approve. And just think about all of these SUPs we approve that's all pending all of these requirements through VDH and VDOT and all to get approved. Nobody, our planning department can only do so much. And so, this is a position, I've talked to our neighboring localities about this to make sure I'm not off in left field somewhere. Bedford's got 2 or 3 code enforcement officers. Roanoke County's got 2 or 3. They get it. And we are so remiss that we don't have anybody coming in on the other side to enforce the rules here. It's not fair to all of the citizens that follow the rules. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So there's where we're at. There's where we're at right there. It's I read those 10 positions off that are being added. We could cut one of those. We could cut one of those or 2 of those to help in to change it around. Put one in Commissioner's office. What do you want to do? You got to tell us something. The buck stops with us.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
If I may. I support the increases to Parks and Rec. They do a tremendous job, but I could see using one of those positions to put with that part-time money that we have with Margaret so that she can get the extra position. As far as the code enforcement position, I know the sheriff has offered the SROs, but that, 3 months, it sounds great having all these positions to go out and enforce code, but for me, and I've been in law enforcement for 38 years, I don't know how in-depth this enforcement is going to be for these officers. Is this something that they get tied up into over the summer? It's going to carry into the fall and winter with court cases and things that's going to pull them away from schools and doing their primary jobs? That worries me. So I'd like to see the money stay for the code enforcement officer. I'm okay with taking one of the positions from Parks and Rec and putting with to shore up the funding for.
All right. How do y'all feel about this? How about we pull that Parks and Rec specialist off, and then take that part-time money that Margaret's got and give that to Parks and Rec and give this position to Margaret?
Good with that.
Yeah.
Huh?
I'm good with that.
I'm okay with that.
Because the Parks and Rec specialist for athletes for ball and stuff, that's going to be primarily in the summertime. And instead of a full-time position, let that be a part-time position, and put the full-time position, put that money with the commissioner. How y'all feel about it?
Let what be part-time? Say that again.
Let the Parks and Rec specialists
Oh, okay.
be part-time.
I got Gotcha.
Well, Parks and Rec are still getting the two.
They
others.
still getting 2, yes.
So they'll be getting basically 2.5.
They getting 2.5.
I'm good with that.
And then Margaret's getting a full one in there, and we're still retaining the code enforcement officer.
Thank you so much.
Can you make that work, staff? Of course. You want that paper back that you gave me a while ago? All right, does that sound good? Huh?
I'm gonna have a heart attack.
No, don't do that now. No. All right, does that work? Everybody seems happy with that? Or satisfied with it? All right, I'm gonna open the floor for a motion.
Okay, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I make a motion that we approve the proposed budget with the recent changes that we just made. The amount of, was it 178, 792, 441?
We're going to go with that. I think all the changes are essentially a wash, and
Okay.
so we might have a small rounding difference, but for
We
the
don't have
sake
to
of-
appropriate the money now, just,
Right.
So what we can do at the actual appropriation in May or June is clean that up.
Okay.
Yes, sir. But that 178 million will be the net budget. And then I would also recommend we include the 5-year CIP request of 127, 375, 443 for county and school system.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll make that part of the motion
Can
as
you
well.
include my ads to placeholder for the
Yeah, and with the placeholders with the CIP for the canneries and what's the other one? you had?
Westlake Trail?
Westlake Trails.
Trails. All right,
That get everything?
Madam Clerk, can you read that back? Yeah, Madam Clerk, can
Amy's
you
like,
try
"Really?"
to read that back, please?
So I have a motion by Supervisor Tatum to approve the proposed budget with changes mentioned, which would include, you didn't specify, but making Parks and Rec part-time position.
One position, part-time.
And full-time position for the Commissioner of Revenue.
Yes, ma'am.
And to add placeholders for the canneries and Westlake Trail.
And it includes the capital 5-year plan for the county and schools of 127, 375, 443. I think that's everything.
Is that it?
I think so.
Okay. Got a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, at your convenience, will you do a roll call vote, please? You did good. Did y'all see her cut her eyes at me when I was
She's like,
Did you see them eyes cut at me?
It's my test. Okay, so Supervisor Carter,
No.
Supervisor Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn,
No.
Supervisor Jamison,
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith,
yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. All right, that's 5-2, so we will adopt the budget, but then we will do that later. All right. Mr. Mitchell, how long do you think or can we just wait till after the public hearing?
I don't
So we
think it'll
got a
take,
lot-
I don't think it'll take just a couple minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Mitchell, open floor to you.
The clerk should have it on a slide to put up on the screen, the plans that the Snow Creek Rescue Squad has come up with to add on. I believe she printed off some copies as well. As y'all remember, last year, we got the 12-hour people down there for the daylight, but they're wanting to, and you know they move across the county for the nighttime hours, so they'll have a bunk to sleep in. They're wanting to put in sleeping quarters for nighttime so they can stay down there to not only for the Snow Creek service, but really to help our entire side of the county. You know, they're pretty convenient to Fork Mountain, Glade Hill, and especially with the increased traffic coming up down 890 in the summer for going to the lake and such. They've raised on their own a little over $80,000, and they're asking for $100,000 in county funds, which I think is a great value to the county for this. I talked to staff, and we located the funds in that same pot of money that we got for the public safety work that we did at the Franklin Center and in here. And so I would just ask that we appropriate that to them tonight so they can get on with their work. And because they were asking for 180, they've got a little over 80, and I'm asking that we do the other 100.
All right, open it up for board discussion. Mr. Carter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's very commendable, the amount of money that they have worked hard and raised in a very rural part of the county. And for me personally, I'm in favor of giving them the additional money to complete their project.
Anyone else?
You ready for a motion?
Not yet.
Okay, I'm in favor of it.
Anyone else? All right, Mr. Carter, Mr. Quinn?
So, I think the volunteers raising the $80,000 toward the addition is amazing. It's an admirable effort, and it really demonstrates how well the volunteers and the paid staff are working together, and so I really like that. I think with the new tax rate set, and again, the non-school portion, and I'll call it's the total operating county budget increasing by 11 million, there should be more than enough to pay for this. I think it's in next year's budget, right? Or is this
No,
this year's budget?
it's this year's.
budget? Okay,
It's this year's.
okay.
Mr. Carter, where would that money come from?
I would say the easiest account is the capital reserve that we have nearly $1 million in. I think that's an appropriate use, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, I'm open up for motion, Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that county staff work with the volunteers in Snow Creek and appropriate that money to them.
A second.
This has been second. Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote on that, please?
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes?
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right, we're gonna take a break till 6 o'clock. We'll come back at 6 and finish our meeting. We'll start our public hearings. We did not go into closed session. We'll have to do that at the end of this meeting to discuss that. But in order to stay on schedule, especially with our public hearings and public comment, we'll go ahead and do that. Ms. Cooper, I know it's about 3 or 4 minutes early, but are you prepared, and are your people here?
The applicant's here.
The applicants are here. All right, let's go ahead and start with that then. Ms. Cooper, you're going to present, I think. This is
yes.
going to be the public hearing on Patricia and Jessica Bailey, a special use permit. This is going to be presented by Ms. Cooper.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson, members of the board. We're here for a special use permit for a short-term rental. The property is approximately 7.732 acres. The property happens to be zoned A1. It is in the Gills Creek election district. It is also in the Westlake Hellsford designated growth area. And it also has a future land use designation of suburban residential 2 units per acre. I've already said some of this. The location of the property is on Merriman Way Road. I already told you it was in the Gills Creek district. This is the only dwelling on the parcel where the short-term rentals will take place. The road that it is on happens to be state maintained. It's Route 666. The property has a long driveway from the road to the home, and the driveway happens to be circular. The water supply is well, and the sewer supply is a septic system. The closest residence is about 400 feet from the proposed short-term rental, and that resident is located at 1575 Merriman Way Road. According to the county's records, the dwelling is a 1-story single-family residence that was built in 2022. Right now, it consists of 4 bedrooms and 2 baths. We have the GIS and the real estate records has the total square footage as 3,757 square feet. However, there is a finished basement, so the square footage of this house is close to 6,000. The Virginia Department of Health did a sewer disposal system construction permit for 6 bedrooms in May of 2021. At this point in time, the single-family dwelling can be rented for 4 bedrooms with a maximum of 8 adults.
However, there is an approved alteration permit in the building department to add 2 additional bedrooms. This process has been approved, but it's in the inspection stage. So until it is inspected and approved by the building official and issued a CO for those 2 bedrooms, it can only be rented for 4 bedrooms with a maximum of 8 adults. The owners did state that they operate a vacation rental business out of their office located at 1220 Water Wheel Drive in Manita. The applicants, I'm sure they'll discuss it. They are property managers for other properties for short-term rentals here in Franklin County. Staff has received comments for and against during the Planning Commission process and before this meeting. One, we received a walk-in before the Planning Commission, and they were concerned about noise, potential parties, and the size of the cove. The walk-in citizen stated that they would prefer not to live next to short-term rental. Staff received before the Planning Commission 3 emails and 1 phone call opposing the application. Just to summarize, it was due to noise, boat traffic, and the integrity of the surrounding properties. Before the Planning Commission member meeting, we also received 3 letters in support. They highlighted that this property had ample parking, the size of the home, and minimal impacts on neighbors. Before this hearing, we have received 1 email in support. Well, 1 email in support only if it's just for 1 short-term rental, but no more. And then, we also received a phone call of a person that lives next door, and they are against the short-term rental. They are not here all the time, and they are concerned about people being on their dock and possibly getting hurt since they don't live here full-time. We always like to give you a vicinity map of where it's located. We also like to give you an aerial view. So the property that is in blue is the property that we're here discussing for short-term rentals. And just to let you know, because this aerial doesn't show the house is down here on the property.
Lisa, can I ask a question? There's some adjoining property to that. Can you point that out on this diagram that the Baileys own? 19
yes.
acres or some acreage?
Yes, I can. The petitioner purchased this whole 10-acre tract. It's a little over 10 acres. And so they subdivided it into 2 lots. So they own this lot where the short-term rental is, and they own this lot, and there is a house here. And this house, my understanding, has a long-term renter in it, but Ms. Bailey can probably speak to that. And then recently, we did get another subdivision for this property, and it was approved the other day, the 15th. But we did not receive that subdivision application until after the Planning Commission meeting. So basically, you have this lot, and then once the subdivision plat is recorded, this is cut out right here. It's about a 1.72 lot. So there will be 3 lots once this subdivision plat is recorded that the Baileys own. This is your future land use map. You will notice that most of the surrounding, except for a little piece of the property, is suburban residential, 2 units per acre. The blue up here happens to be our civic open space, and that happens to be where AEP has a boat launch, and we'll talk about that also. We also like to give you a zoning map. Here is the property. So this is the properties that Ms. Bailey owns, and they are zoned A1 agricultural. The green is R1, and this orangish color is RC1. I can tell you this because it was brought up at the Planning Commission meeting. All these parcels were zoned like this in 1988. And it's my understanding from the Planning Commission, we're assuming that there was a farm in this area. And I cannot tell you why these were zoned R1 and this was zoned A1 unless there was a farm. I can tell you that in this area, on the same map in 1988, there are two other parcels that show the same type of configuration. There's R1 on the side and like A1 in the middle and A1 across the street. So I'm sorry I don't have any information about how they did this in 1988, but I thought that was worth mentioning. Analysis, basically with Franklin County, including the town of Rocky Mount, Smith Mountain Lake, being prime vacation designation, the proposed use would expand your temporary lodging options where guests can visit and enjoy all the amenities and recreation that Franklin County has to offer. In addition to extra lodging, the short-term rentals will continue to drive tourism and add economic value to the county. The single-family dwelling at this point in time can only be rented for 8 adults, which is similar to any type of single-family dwelling this size that is not rented. The property is surrounded by single-family dwellings and lots or vacant land. The applicant will serve as the property manager and has experience in short-term rentals of managing them in Franklin County. The property has ample parking in the drive to accommodate renters and recreational watercraft. The traffic generated by this short-term rental would be similar to what is generated from a single-family dwelling that is not rented. The noise of the rental should not be more than what is normally expected in a residential neighborhood. The property is located near the back of the cove, and the cove is narrow. However, there are a lot of docks that have been constructed, and there is a dock for this property. Also, AEP owns their community boat ramps with parking area that's right up at the tip of this cove, and that was the blue area on the zoning map. The Planning Commission did recommend for approval. The vote was 5-2, 5 in favor, 2 against. The 7 conditions that they put on this property would be that the special use permit can only be for this dwelling. If it is for another dwelling, it has to come back to the Board of Supervisors after a recommendation from the Planning Commission. The owner shall comply to all the regulations in the county code, which is section 25-138 and section 5.572. The owner shall be required to have a proof of liability insurance and maintain that for at least $1 million. The owner shall have to register for the short-term rental use, and the property will have to be inspected to come into compliance. No short-term rental of this property shall be authorized until the inspections do take place and she is in compliance. The short-term rental at this point in time, like I have said on numerous occasions, is for 4 bedrooms, a maximum of 8 adults. Once that permit has been finalized and approved by the building department, then she would be able to increase it. It would have 6 bedrooms. She could have 12 adults. The owners shall have to establish and supply the department with the name and phone number of the property manager, which we already have because she is the property manager. Once she gets if this gets approved and she gets through in the inspection process, staff will notify all the adjoining property owners with the contact information. And because this is a new house, it was built in 2022, we decided to the Planning Commission decided to put a 7th condition that the owner shall have to register and comply with section 17-8 of the Franklin County Code, which is the septic pump out program. I would be glad to answer any questions, and the applicant is here to give you a presentation and answer any of your questions.
I have a question for you. Is
Yes.
this development governed by any subdivision codes or
Not that I know of, no.
HOAs? Right?
Not that I know of, no, sir.
Okay. Anybody else got any questions, or Mr. Carter?
Just a quick question, Lisa. A while back, we had one of these short-term rentals on the lake, and we discussed having the docks checked for electrical discharge into the lake, and are we making that a condition on these moving forward?
We do make sure that if they do have electrical on their dock, we see if there was a permit obtained, because they would still have to do a permit even though AEP controls below the 800. But in this case, this dock does not have any electric on it.
But in the future, are we requiring to have the water checked? Because, you know, that's a problem around some of these lake houses, electrical discharge into the water. We talked about that several months back.
We did, to make it part of the regulations, that the information that we get from them, and we have been trying to get that information. If that's something that the board would like us to make a condition on, then we surely could do that to make sure that it is done. But we do look into it when it is a lakefront property and there is electricity on the dock itself.
For myself, I think moving forward, if there's a dock with boat lifts and electricity, we should make that a condition that it's tested to make sure there's no leakage into the water. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
How does the rest of you feel about Mr. Carter's proposal? I think it's a good idea to check on him. How the rest of you?
And Mr. Chairman, I do know, we at the Lake Association, we have done some studying on that in years past, and I think checking, you know, to me, it would make sense that there should be something in our building code, perhaps, that goes to proper grounding and so forth near water. But I think that some of the electrical activity, what we found out, is that it's dependent upon what's going on at the time. You know, if you're lowering the cradle down into the water, you know, you might get, you know, conductivity at that point. The cradle goes out, the current's gone, right? So I'm not an electrician, I'm not an engineer, but I know that it was something that even our fire departments, our volunteer fire departments, Scruggs, I think in particular, they were trying to do some monitoring, some volunteer monitoring for residents. So I don't know I'm not aware if there was a final conclusion, Mr. Carter, on our ability to properly manage that. But I think as far as we went were recommendations after gathering all the information about what you should look for and look at. But in terms of our ordinances, I certainly think that that's something we should see if we need to add, you know, to our ordinances and then make it a condition if it's not in the ordinances.
And I would be glad to check with the building official and talk to him in more detail, some more detail than what I did up front, to see if something in the building codes specifically says something to this, that we can be able to make it more at ease.
Has anybody else got any questions for Ms. Cooper?
I do, just popped in my head. Any electrical hookups that we have running to any docks, wouldn't they have to be GFI, ground fault?
Should
I
be.
would say, but I'm not an electrician.
got one on
But it
board.
would be close to water, and I know in your home, they are, if it's close to a sink. In a newer home, you
You'd
have
be
that.
surprised with some of the older homes.
I'm concerned that a lot of this is happening after the builders and electricians and everybody's gone.
Yeah.
That Mr. Homeowner's coming in and adding this stuff on. That, and I don't know how in the world you could control that.
And, you know, I wonder sometimes, because we've had fatalities of individuals, quote unquote, falling off their dock. I just have to wonder sometimes if people aren't in the water and actually get electrocuted.
Oh, yeah.
And it, you know, the cause of death ends up being, you know, cardiac arrest or something. It's very interesting, but I think we need to do what we need to do to safeguard as much as possible.
Anybody else got any questions for Ms. Cooper? Are the Patricia and Jessica Bailey here, or do they wish to speak?
I'm sure they do. I know they're both here.
Do one or both of you want to speak?
Probably both of them would like to speak, if that's okay.
Come forward and state your name and address for the record.
Absolutely.
Need to speak into the mic, ma'am.
Looking for her.
Who is her?
This, Jessica, I thought she was right behind me. My name is Patricia Bailey.
Speaking to the mic, please.
My name is Patricia Bailey. And my daughter, Jessica Bailey, is the co-applicant. We own the property together. There are two things that I'd like to say to the first statement that was made as a correction. First of all, the house has 5 bathrooms, not 2. And the combined parcel, the parcel of this one and the adjoining property is almost 19 acres, not 10. Just correction to make sure it's known. A little background about me and my daughter. We purchased this 19-acre parcel in December of 2020 with the sole intent of making this our primary residence. And there was a small house on it at 1429 on part of the property. So we took that parcel and lived in it for a while. And as we were building the house on Merriman, we never once thought that we'd be in a position that we would have to feel like we needed to rent the house out. So this is a purely economical thing for us. I mean, without renting the house out, we're just, we've had so many, living in the era that we're living in now, so many inflationary costs that we didn't know about. For example, like our property taxes from last year to this proposed increase is going to be almost $1,600. So there's a lot of increases that we weren't aware of, and us being able to rent the house out will help us. Our intent is never to rent it all the time. We intend to live there 42 to 45 weeks out of the year and rent the house just on a vacation summer basis. We're lucky because our office is 10 minutes away, our rental office, which is CB Sales and Rentals. So with us being 10 minutes away, we'll be able to easily be over there if there's any issue at all. And we are the managers of the property. So it works out for us because we have an apartment there. We're only going to rent this property to families like ours. We have no intention of renting it out to party groups or to, sorority groups or, our intent is never to rent to anybody except for families. And in fact, in our experience, most of the people that rent at Smith Mountain Lake for a full week at a time are always family groups. We don't, you get the weekend people are the ones that you have trouble with if you ever have trouble. This property will also be a pretty high end because it is, a 4 to 6 bedroom house and it's 5 bathrooms and it's 6,000 square feet. So the people that we're renting to will pay anywhere from $5,000 to $8,000 a week for the rental. So I don't expect those are the type of people that are going to want us to call the cops on them. They're not going to be noisemakers. They're not going to be party people. They're going to be families enjoying family life. And us managing the property, CB Sales and Rentals has been one of the longest running management companies on the lake. We've been in business for 35 years. When I spoke to the staff at Franklin County, in all the years that we've managed properties and we've been registered with Franklin County, to their knowledge, we've never had one complaint that's been registered. When I went online today and I looked at the DPOR, the Virginia Department of Regulations, my name and Jessica's name have 0 complaints. Now, I'm 63 years old. I've been in the business almost 40 years. For me never to have had a complaint registered with the Department of Professional Occupational Regulation says that, we're not fly-by-night people. We know how to operate a business. We know how to manage properties. We work hard when we manage our properties, and our motto is to always treat others the way that we want to be treated. And the best way to handle a problem is to vet it first. Make sure that the people you're letting into your house are not problem people. And that's how we've always handled it. Let's talk about the location of this property. Because it is at the back end of a cove, and if you look closely at that picture of the cove, between me and the nearest neighbor at a throw, it's about 200 feet across the cove to the next dock. And then from that point, from our docks, from that point back, it becomes even more narrow. So it's illogical for anybody to come in there and even turn a boat around at a speed. They can't do that. It's illogical. So adding rentals to that property will not increase boat traffic because there's no place for them to go. From that point forward, they can't go any further. So it's illogical that that's going to be a problem. So it's not a safety hazard from that standpoint. Will people be there? Will you hear people across the cove? Well, absolutely, you're going to hear people across the cove. Just like you would hear somebody if they were 300 feet away from you. You're going to hear them. However, remember where we are. We're in a recreational area. So let's think about what people do when they're in a recreational area and they're outside. They're laughing. They're swimming. They're throwing a ball. They're grilling on a grill. They're playing music. Now, to that extent of music, we live within a stone's throw of, I'm sure most of y'all have been to Mango's at the lake. Every Friday and Saturday night, I can sing the words with them as they play their music. So I dare say that the music coming from our house will not be anything like the music that we hear every Friday night and Saturday night. So I think the worst you'll hear, there's the sounds of laughter and, as I said, you know, a boat cranking up and somebody grilling outside. In fact, the use that we have in our house, the other 45 weeks that we're going to be in the house, will be the exact same because my daughter and I entertain. I mean, we're not, you know, it's not just 3 of us in that house. There's typically 12 or 15 people there. And so the noise that you're going to hear coming from our house will be no different than what we hear on a normal basis. Those people are not there to do anything other than to reside and live just like we live. And by the way, guys, not just Franklin County, but all of Smith Mountain Lake is deemed a recreational area. So that's what people do at Smith Mountain Lake. I'm respectfully asking that the Board of Supervisors take action tonight and please approve our application for short-term rentals to this property. Jessica, do you have anything?
Hold on just a minute, Ms. Bailey. Hold on.
Yes.
Anybody got any questions for Ms. Bailey? Anybody got any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, and Jessica may have something she wanted to add.
Jessica Bailey, do you wish to speak?
Hi, I'm Jessica Bailey, part owner of this property, and I just want to let y'all know I've been.
Will you speak into the mic, please?
Sure. So I have been managing CB Sales and Rentals, the company that we own, and we've owned for 25 years, how long I've been doing it. Any of the people on the Franklin County Board at the Planning and Zoning can tell you, we have 9 different properties on the Franklin County side that we rent vacation rental. We have not had any problems out of any of those properties the entire time that we've been managing them. And this is my home. This is, the house that we're talking about, the community that we're in. We have no negative intent whatsoever. We just want to share our property with other people and hopefully make a little bit of cash when we're doing it.
Thank you. Anybody got any questions for Ms. Jessica Bailey? No, thank you, ma'am.
Can I add something, please?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
In that package right there, I have a copy of our the lease.
The management agreement?
And I thought you guys may want a copy of it to see. It's a 13-page contract.
You guys
You can just give it to the clerk. Madam Clerk will take it.
want this whole package to them? Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Cooper, does that have anything else? You have anything to present? You through? All right. All right, I'm going to open up the public hearing at this time. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up for this?
Yes.
Will you please call the first one?
Yes. Dee Dee Bondurant.
Good evening. I just want to start out and say that I have nothing personally against the Baileys. I'm just here on record that I reside on Merriman Way. I've been there 24 years in October. And in my opinion would be to allow short-term rental property could open a can of worms. Once initially permitted by the Franklin County Board of Supervisors, how easy it would be to come back and enlarge the property with perhaps more short-term rentals down the road. We've already covered the extra acreage, so I won't go into that part. I've read the other concerns about the offerings and the complaints, and I totally agree with the dock situation. Have you all been out there at all? Visibly seen the property? I'm asking a question.
Ma'am, we don't answer questions.
We don't answer questions, okay. If you have not, before you vote, I would advise you to go out, and even in the water, it is quite narrow. I live on the main channel and Betty's Creek, and I, for 24 years, have seen a whole lot of crazy boaters. So there's no, even though it's not conducive to go back in there at a high rate of speed, there's not saying there won't be as far as the complaint that was issued earlier. I feel angst for them if they have gotten into a financial situation where their taxes have gone up. They bit off maybe more than they can chew. But for a private resident to become a cash cow in a residential area that's been established since Doctor's Point and back when the lake was flooding, I find it a little bit unreasonable, considering that I don't believe I can get my house turned into a short-term rental, and my taxes were increased 81% in this recent assessment. So I would suggest maybe that if you vote for short-term rental in our residential area, you come out with your assessment people and take another look at what we've got and maybe give us a break on some of the high rates that we all jumped to during the COVID invasion, I guess you could say, financial invasion. I guess that's probably about all I can, because there was so much up here that I would just be redundant to go on with. I would like to mention that down on Island Drive, which is about a mile or so beyond the Bailey property, there's been a short-term rental that is not listed with Franklin County. Whoops.
Thank you, ma'am.
That means my time is up.
Thank you.
Call me, I'll tell you the rest of that.
Madam Clerk?
Judy Boone.
Public comment is limited to 3 minutes for everybody.
I just want to say that...
State your name and address, please, for the record.
Okay. Judith Boone, 2448 Merriman.
Thank you.
I agree with the previous speaker, and I have a couple other points I would ask you to consider. The issue with short-term rentals to begin with is just that it's the first of many more to come. Many homes are vacant around the lake, and this could open the door to others who may want to rent short-term. The shoreline and cove that we saw, they're very tight. As we know, sound and voices carry 10 times greater on the water. And that would be bad for people living 150 feet across the cove. And there were several residential areas right across the cove. Summertime sadly brings about the worst of the partygoers at Smith Mountain Lake. We see a lot of loud, drunk, and disorderly conduct, especially in areas like the plaza. Moving back to Franklin County in 2000, we built on Merriman to discover an outrageous neighbor next door to us. Every weekend he was there was a party. And the issues mounted. The sheriff's office was called almost every weekend. In 2010, we purchased a condo at Bridgewater for an elderly brother to live. After he passed, we decided to rent. I meet all my guests. I've seen a lot. People who say they have 6 people, and another 4 show up after you leave. Short-term rentals, it's party time mostly on Smith Mountain Lake. They are not respectful of neighbors, and generally speaking, sadly, they do change the character and the welfare of the community. The traffic is another thing that bothers me if we start going down this road of short-term rentals. Merriman has River Bay, Wintry, Twin Coves, Merriman subdivision. There's significant traffic. Also, you know, the boat ramp, many trucks, trailers, boats, and jet skis are now also turning on exiting Merriman. And coming out of Merriman, turning south, it's a dangerous intersection because of the crest of the hill. You really can't see over the hill. Merriman is a mile short south from the bridge, as you know. This area is growing very, very fast. Bridgewater Grand is well underway, and the possibility of another tower at Bridgewater. The plaza traffic has increased, and this is the busiest area from the bridge to Westlake. Merriman is in the middle of that. This year, it may be an increase of 1 or 2 homes down Merriman, and next year, 3 or 5 more. The cove is too tight for short-term rentals, and residents who purchase R1 150 feet away are way too close and should not have to be subjected to short-term rentals in the area. Many folks in the county, and especially along Merriman Way Road, would greatly appreciate if you would request to deny. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Scott Newman.
My name is Scott Newman. I live at 139 Coast Guard Court, Manita. I'm directly across the cove from the Bailey property. I'm retired and a full-time resident, and I'm opposed to the short-term vacation rental on the Bailey property. I've already sent all of you an email stating many of my reasons why I'm opposed to this short-term rental. A few are the Bailey's property, like mine and others, is at the back of a very narrow cove. The cove already hosts Oak Grove Public Boat Ramp and Smith Mountain Lake Volunteer Fire and Rescue Main Station. The Bailey property was purchased in 2001 and immediately subdivided into 2 lots, and are the only A1 properties that touch the lake from Bridgewater to Becky's Cove. There are approximately 140 properties from Bridgewater to Becky's Cove. All are zoned R1 except for the properties that the Baileys own. This gives the same stigma and appearance of spot zoning, even though I know it was not created that way. The new comprehensive plan for Franklin County does not mention short-term vacation rental properties for this area. Once a permit for a short-term vacation rental property at this location is issued, it will never change. The effects on the comprehensive plan and proposed zoning will be lost. The character of the neighborhood will change. It will be a substantial detriment and annoyance to the adjoining properties, and the Bailey property will not be in harmony with the uses permitted the other 140 R1 properties touching the lake from Bridgewater to Becky's Cove. One of the main reasons I and many other citizens moved to Franklin County is because it is not plagued with short-term vacation rentals. In talking to people over the past month, I've found that A1 properties for short-term vacation rentals are being exploited around the county. All people I spoke to are all Franklin County owners in various districts, and they oppose this trend. This is concerning, but the only people it matters for tonight are the owners directly across the cove from Bailey or in the nearby residents from the Bailey property. 3 of those owners, and obviously there's more, but 3 of the owners that live in the subdivision or the development that I live in, which is directly across the cove, are here to speak tonight. And we've all sent objections and emails. This is the only chance that you will have to vote on this proposal. Please choose carefully.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Enola Walston.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I I don't know anything.
Name and address,
Oh, I'm
please.
sorry. I'm Enola Walston. I live at 127 Coast Guard Court.
Thank you.
I don't know anything about zoning. I'm not an expert on land use or anything like that. All I can do is talk from the heart and tell you that I worked very hard. My family pulled together and we bought a little plot of land at 127 Coast Guard Court that was paradise to us. And it is still paradise to us now. And it was perfect. And now that dream that we had is being endangered by the prospect of a short-term rental. And I'm sorry, but I can't believe that her short-term rental is going to be different than any other in the country. She is the only one that doesn't expect to have problems with this type of use for her property. I come to my home for rest and relaxation and to enjoy the natural beauty and the flora and fauna of the area. And I'm just afraid that that's going to be endangered when we get these rentals in this area. I've heard a lot of stories, I've read a lot of reports about what these type of things can do to a neighborhood, and I just don't want that to come to our small little enclave, and it is small. So we're not worried about the laughter of children. We're not concerned about family life and people enjoying their vacations. What we're worried about is drunkenness, drug use, loud music, people, strangers, not caring about our community the way we do, living for a short time in our area, and then leaving us to have to deal with the impact and the aftermath of their actions. People who don't care about the community will not take care of the community. And I just want to make sure that that's something that you consider when you make your decision today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dinah Massey.
Good evening. My name is Dina Massey, and I currently reside in Bedford County, but 3 months out of the year I reside at 70 Wintry Point, which is not too far from the current residence in question. As an active volunteer of the Smith Mountain Lake Poker Run, the Wine Festival, the Songwriters Festival, I have the privilege to assist many boaters that come to our community, many people that come to visit this beautiful area, to look for accommodations, which is becoming increasingly difficult. Over time, numbers of the people that come to the lake, I would say that about 20% of those people eventually become property owners here. That means they're taxpayers. It is my experience that the lake does not attract many party groups. Everybody that I've ever dealt with all of these areas, the Poker Run, Songwriters, the Wine Festival, they come here to enjoy this beautiful place that we live in. It is normal for people to come, not as individuals, but to come in groups, families. They come for a few days, they need a place to wake up in the morning, have breakfast, go enjoy their day, take a swim, take a boat ride, and then they go to bed at night, just like you and I do. I'm sure that all of you have been on vacation before, and you know pretty much that's the routine for all of us. I'm not sure how many of you have ever rented a Airbnb or a VRBO or rented somewhere. Hotels aren't that much fun for families. This property is surrounded by 19 single owner acres. The nearest neighbor is approximately 400 feet away, and there are only 4 visible homes close to this. I've been back in that cove many times in my boat. When you go back into that cove, it is illogical to even think about putting off a wake. Once you pass where the boat ramp is located and you round that corner, the other resident that owns that area is here tonight and will be speaking. People don't cast a wake back in there. I mean, if you do, it's a death trap. I mean, you just know better. And I've known Pat and Jessica for many years, and they have been great with business ethics, the people that they've rented to on the Bedford and Franklin County sides of the lake. And this is what they've done all of their lives. We live in a beautiful place, and as residents of the lake, we should want people and encourage them to come visit. Somehow I think over the years we've created barriers instead of having open doors for people to come to this community. So I'm asking you that you approve her application and move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mark Woolard.
Can we put the map view back up on the screen so I can show you who you're talking to?
If you got it, sir, you can. If you've got the map, you can put it back there.
The map that she had up.
Oh, okay. Ms. Cooper, can you put that map back up there?
I think Mr. Sandy is doing it for me.
Okay, right here. But there was a view that showed where the Coast Guard is. Okay. And so this lady said.
Sir, will you state your name and address and speak
Yes.
into the mic, please?
Franklin Mark Woolard, 1575 Merriman Way. This lady told you earlier that that was the closest property. That's my property. So if you see where the boat ramp is, my property is 2 over from the blue line, which is Pat's property. So the boat ramp has its own light, which is every day there's fishermen, their noise, their activities. That area right there where people gather because it's a little cove area, there's boats playing music. None of that bothers me. I never hear any of that from Pat's house. So the objections that I've heard tonight are things that don't bother me, and I live right there. I'm friends with Pat. She's told me if there's ever any trouble there to let her know. And so I think she's good for her word. Thank you.
Thank you.
Troy Lewis.
Thank you for keeping that map there, by the way.
You're welcome.
My name is Troy Lewis. I'm Lot 4A on Coast Guard Court, which is at the end of the road where the boat launch is. We are I'm the furthest dock in from the Merriman Way that's doing this permit. I can literally hear any conversation that's going on. I can have a conversation from my dock directly to her dock. We purchased our property 2 years ago. We're hoping to build by the end of this year or hopefully early next year. When we were looking for properties, our main goal was, we had a couple in Bedford we were looking at, but we were told that Franklin County did not really approve short-term rentals. So we wanted a good place, just like everybody spoke to earlier, other than the last two. You know, we want a quiet place that we can enjoy our retirement. And we do have 4 grandchildren that will be swimming and doing a lot in this cove. I know when I pull my boat out of my dock, there's a dock there, but there's no house. When I pull my boat out, I have to back it up right past their dock, and there's nowhere else. If people are out there swimming, it's dangerous. Now, everybody knows they've been around this lake. You get short-term rentals, they're gonna be renting boats. You don't have to take the 4-6 hour class on getting your boating registration. You just you get a temporary pass. And I know a lot of the people, if you've ever been around Bridgewater in the middle of summer, it is very dangerous being around those docks with unexperienced boaters. It just is. Again, I know 5 properties that are on the other side of that cove are going to be directly impacted by this if this gets approved. Now, I'm very sad to hear that she actually split the property again, because you know what's coming next. You know what's coming next. She's going to apply to get another house built and for another short-term rental. And then you got double the problem. So again, I really hope that you guys consider that this is such a bad idea. It really is, for safety reasons. And again, I know a couple of you did go to the property and saw that is a very, very narrow cove. There is no wake. There's no wake buoys or anything like that. I have seen boats flying around. I know that the previous lady that spoke, she may not have seen it, but I've seen it myself. And again, it's a dangerous situation for anybody that's swimming in that water. Another thing too, I'm going to add to it, her dock, I'm pretty positive there's no way it's approved by AEP. It is a small dock that I don't know how in the world, with renters coming in with a big old boat, there is no room for them to park barely on that dock. And that's going to start coming out from the cove that affects us as well. But again, I appreciate everybody's time. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Darlene Newman.
Hi, Darlene Newman, 139 Coast Guard Court. And I live in where AEP is. I am the second lot directly across from the Baileys. We bought that property in 2010. We built our home in 2016. So we've been there permanently since 2018. I can tell you for sure, the lady who spoke and said, people don't come back there with a wake. She is full of mud, because I've been down there and I just cringe. I've been down there when a guy was doing donuts in his rowboat with a motor on, trying to knock his 16-year-old son off of his wake boat. People do crazy, crazy things. We don't need renters back there yet. We have a nice, quiet retirement cove that is so narrow, and we have fishermen who don't know, or either renter boats, who come back there and don't know that that ends right there. They come flying back there. I guess they don't realize brakes are not on boats, and they have nowhere to go. It's dangerous. Just trust me. When we were looking for a property, we were looking in Bedford County. We heard all these horrid stories about renters. So we came to Franklin County because we were told that is a county who doesn't rent. We wanted to stay away from that and all the problems. Please, please don't approve that. Thank you.
Debbie Key.
I'm Debbie Key. I live at 1129 Croft Lane in actual Bedford. Part of the year I reside on Merriman Way.
Yes, ma'am.
I've been a real estate agent at Smith Mountain Lake for a little over 40 years. I've dealt with the HOAs, the planned unit developments, the single family homes. I've had many, many people come in, rent, and that's why they buy here. And I know that overall, Franklin County is looking for tourism. And if you want to keep your tourism, you've got to have somewhere for them to stay. Smith Mountain Lake doesn't have the motels and hotels that are required for the people to stay. You all go on vacation from place to place. If you take more than yourself, I'm sure you look into Airbnbs to see if you can find a place for your group to be, so that after dinner, you can sit around and play a game with your kids or something. That's what these homes renting offers to these families. And they do come back and buy. That does get you taxes, and that does keep your tourism going. I think you should give her the short-term rental application, and it's an option that your county chose to have available. So I'm sorry that the others around it are not in the right zoning to apply for it themselves, but they're just not. And thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's all I have.
All right, that's all that has signed up. Is there anyone here that wishes to come forward and that did not sign up? There's a sheet there on the paper that you need to sign up for, right there on the podium.
You mean to sign before or after?
Sign now, name and address. I need you to state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Matthew Pagans. I currently reside in Ferrum. I'm a native of Franklin County, and our family owns a home on Smith Mountain Lake. Just to correct the record, the statements that Franklin County does not allow short-term rentals are just not true, and I'm sorry if those people were misinformed. Reviewing the agenda for tonight's meeting, I saw that in the transmittal of the Planning Commission action for this case, it says that the Planning Commission found that the use will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the A1 zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the uses permitted and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Speaking in support of the petitioners, my family has known the Baileys for many years. Them having 25 or 35 years experience managing rentals, never having a single complaint in Franklin County or with Virginia DPOR, I think speaks to their character. Since this request is for a property that they personally own, it should give them even more incentive to be responsible hosts. I speak in support of the petition tonight and for allowing more opportunities for tourism and promoting economic development here in Franklin County. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come and speak to this matter? I want to make sure everybody's got an ample opportunity. Anyone else? All right, with that being done, then we'll close the public hearing. All right, board, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, may I make some comments?
Got some comment?
I do. Is it time for that?
Yeah, we'll do comments.
Okay.
Let's do comments before we take your question.
Thank you. This application is in my district, the Gills Creek District, and I must say to the Baileys that I appreciate and respect your patronage to Franklin County and to Bedford as well. I think your tenure is very representative of the commitment and the love of the county, and I commend you for that. I am not going to support this application for the following reasons. This is yet another case of our zoning with the zoning of 1988 to current day is absolutely antiquated. So you have 140 properties that are zoned R1. R1 is probably our most restrictive residential zoning classification that we have. Our residents are buying in R1 neighborhoods for the protections of R1. And believe me, I have things go across my desk weekly in the summertime with A1 properties being right smack dab in the middle of a residential neighborhood in R1. And I view that, number one, the occupants in short-term rentals around an R1 neighborhood is incompatible, and it is not in harmony with the neighborhood. It's not in harmony with an R1 district because it's not an R1 district. Furthermore, the transiency that's associated with short-term rentals is unpredictable. And I appreciate that they have indicated that they'll be closely scrutinizing their potential renters. However, you can rent to a family of 4, and at the end of the weekend, you'll have 10 there that's coming in. And I have to speak and stand in the gap in my representation for my constituents that don't want this type of interruption in an area that they've bought for very specific reasons for the zoning protections that are offered. And at the end of the day, gentlemen, a short-term rental is a business. And so what we say when we especially look in R1 neighborhoods is that we're being asked to consider injecting a business in an R1 neighborhood that's not allowed. And I really think that we've got to think long and hard about the incompatibility. The safety concerns that are being articulated are they're real. They're very real. You guys know the work that I'm doing on TLAC and the Smith Mountain Lake Association. I study this stuff. I've studied it for 12 years. It's real, these safety concerns. So, you know, I really would appreciate that my colleagues here on the board can support my denial of the application based on these reasons. I have voted for short-term rentals that's come before this board. There are places in this county that they're highly appropriate, and I have voted for those. When you get into a dense neighborhood of R1 property owners, they deserve protection for what their investment is. And the Baileys have protections that they've bought into, but their property sits in the middle of 140 R1 homes. And that needs to mean something to the people that live in these R1 homes. And so for that reason, I just cannot, for me, approve this application. I do think that there is a high propensity of the additional property being back before us for additional short-term rentals. So we've got to be careful what we're looking at here with this specific application, because it has the potential to grow to a second home if that's what they choose to do with their property. But I just vehemently object to the introduction of a short-term rental that at a minimum is going to have 8 people, could go to 12 on any given week or any given weekend, that are of a transient nature, in and out and gone. And we know that tourists, when they come to the lake, for better or for worse, they're coming here to enjoy themselves, and I'm glad they come. We need them here. We want them here. But not everybody follows the rules. And I can't see that we're protecting the citizens that have made a major investment in this area to be compromised by that type of activity that we know happens. I hear it every summer here. I get phone calls. So I would, with all due respect to the Baileys, I would ask my colleagues to support my denial.
Anyone else? Open it up for anyone else.
I have some
Quinn.
I have some comments really on both sides of the application. I'd like to start off and just say I want to be clear that I'm strongly in favor of expanding our STR population while at the same time improving our enforcement. The balance will help increase county revenues while protecting residents who do not want their lifestyle compromised by the STRs. By definition, an SUP is a form of zoning change, and to me, that means the opinions of the neighbors matter. In this case, there are neighbors opposed to the SUP. I believe a small number of Franklin County residents, that is, the neighbors, might, and that's not will, might be negatively impacted by this SUP. The vast majority of Franklin County residents will be positively impacted by this SUP, since the tax revenue from STRs goes to reduce the property tax revenue requirements for county residents. As Lori mentioned, this situation to me is an example of our zoning inconsistencies that make SUP approval really difficult in a case like this. The property is zoned A1, however, it's in the midst of a residential setting that's normally zoned R1. My last comment would be that the owner of this property is licensed by the Real Estate Board, and I did some research ahead of this meeting and ahead of my vote, and learned that in the past, lobbyists have persuaded the Virginia lawmakers to pass an exemption for anyone licensed by the Real Estate Board. These individuals do not have to legally register their STR with Franklin County Planning or pay the $200 fee. This exemption does not have a sound business reason to help the state or counties, but instead simply financially benefits a special interest group. This means that if we approve an SUP for someone licensed by the Real Estate Board, they are forever exempt from the Franklin County STR application and the fee. While we cannot change the state law regarding this exemption, we can reject these SUP applications. The county alerted me to one other STR owned by a person licensed by the Real Estate Board, and it is causing administrative challenges. I'm reluctant to add another STR or other STRs like this one that can add additional administrative burden to the county. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Just one comment, Mr. Chairman. On my time period on this board, I've heard, dealing with these short-term rentals, I've heard countless times people come up here and say, the reason I purchased in Franklin County is the realtors told me short-term rentals were not allowed. And Mr. Pagan's absolutely correct in his statement. The realtors need to quit telling people that they're not allowed on this side of the lake, because they are by right in a lot of areas, which unfortunately these people have found out. If it's A1, sometimes they're allowed by right. And I don't know what to educate these realtors, but they need to stop misinforming people about coming to this side of the lake and saying that short-term rentals are not allowed, because we've voted on several in my time period on this board. And I agree with Ms. Smith and Mr. Quinn's comments a lot, but it also boils down to property rights, which are the neighbors and also the Baileys. Is it my position to deny them a special use permit when it's allowed in, A1? And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to make a point of clarification.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Carter, short-term rentals are only allowed in A1 by special use permit. The other zoning classifications are RPD and PCD. Those are the only areas that short-term rentals are allowed by right. So I just wanted to make that point of clarification. Thank you.
This is a tough decision for me as well, because we have approved short-term rentals in Franklin County. I don't like it that the realtors continue to say that they're not allowed when they are. And this, generally for myself, I don't like to go against the planning commission, and that voted 5-2-4. And so I just don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and call for the question. Anybody got a motion they want to make?
I will, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I would make a motion to find that such use will be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will be changed thereby, and that such use will not be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the uses permitted by right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend denial of the applicant's request.
Do I get a second? Mr. Quinn seconded. Mr. Quinn, Dan Quinn. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Dan Quinn. Supervisor Quinn. Supervisor Tatum.
I'm gonna vote no. I'm for approving it. So I'm no on the denial.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
So just, you should clarify how the people are voting. Is it a yes or a no or a denial?
A yes vote is denying. A no vote is accepting.
Okay, so mine was
Wait a minute,
yes.
No vote is against denying. Doesn't say anything about accepting.
Against denying, okay. Okay, thank you, sir.
We'll have another vote. We have to.
We'll have to do another vote then if we do it that way.
So Tatum is to accept.
I'm a no vote.
Okay.
So I
Okay,
would
for
be
the
for
denial.
accepting.
Okay. Smith. Supervisor Smith.
So a no vote is
Against your motion.
against my, so it's a yes. That's what I said the first time. Okay. Y'all trying to confuse me.
So you're a yes.
I'm a yes.
Supervisor Jamison.
No. Wait.
That kind of motion makes things hard, don't it?
Yeah.
A no vote. So you're
Help me out here. What did we say one more time?
If you're voting yes, you're in favor of denying the request.
Yes.
okay. Supervisor Mitchell.
No.
Supervisor Carter.
No.
Chairman Thompson.
No. So what's the tally?
So the,
Yes. 3 yes, 4 no.
so the motion
So
fails.
so the motion failed that you did, and the motion failed. Now, do we need to, all right, so now,
Right.
question to our attorney, do we need to do another motion to accept it? Or is this, or we're cool then? Because it's already been voted. They got their permit, unless we change it. No. Okay. Okay, so now we get, and I will entertain another motion.
Mr. Chairman,
And we'll do it different this time. We'll do it. Go ahead, Mr. Mitchell.
I make a motion to approve. I find the use will not be substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the uses permitted by right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a special use permit to allow for short-term tourist rental of dwelling on property with this 7 conditions as recommended by the Planning Commission.
Okay, a second.
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
No.
Supervisor Quinn? Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right. All right, this time we've reached the time set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comment gives citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibility of the board. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes for their comments. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to individual board members or employees of the board or the county. Personal attacks, insulting, profane, or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the board and that are not a function of the local government and over which we have no control are not acceptable. Public comment is not a question and answer session, and board members will not answer questions during public comment. If a speaker violates these 2 rules, the chair may rule the speaker out of order, and upon second violation, have the speaker removed from the podium. Madam Clerk, do you have anyone signed up?
Yes. Frank Tony?
We have,
I promise not to be this complicated. Promise. My name's Frank Tony, 18,400 Virgil Goode Highway. This is my wife, Angela Tony.
Good evening. Good evening.
We are here on behalf of Interfaith Fellowship Ministries. We have some friends along with us. Hey, family.
will you state the name of that organization again?
Interfaith Fellowship Ministries.
Okay.
Yeah, we're a church that's established in the Franklin County area. We've been there this is our 20th year. Just to give you a visual, if you're going northbound from town, Dudley's truck stop is on the left.
It's on the right.
If I'm going towards Roanoke.
Yes, sir.
It's on the left, which has high-speed internet. Come down a little further, Franklin County Humane Society is on the left, which has high-speed internet. Over to the right, there is Red Oak Manor, assisted living, which has high-speed internet. And then right adjacent on the same side, we're in the northbound lane going towards Roanoke. It's Interfaith Fellowship Ministries. We are the only one on that block that does not have high-speed internet. We've been trying for 20 years to get high-speed internet so that we can make the community stronger, as I saw in an article that was released a few years ago with the Virginia Telecommunications Grant Act initiative. It was designed to make the community stronger, as I've heard. And in fact, I think, Mr. Carter, you've had the pleasure of meeting my wife at a broadband meeting, March of 22, actually. So we've been trying since then, even before then, to get high-speed internet so that we can provide services to our aging disciples as well. We started there with CenturyLink, which you know is now Bright Star. We went to Verizon mobile hotspot, that didn't work. We even tried Scientech, which wanted to give us an extender so we could reach the tower there that you've put up. That didn't work. We currently have Starlink, and we thought that would be the answer. Even with Starlink, our service is very spotty. We cannot have multiple devices on our system, or else it would crash. So we're not able to do any kind of streaming whatsoever. We're simply asking if we could get your help, get your assistance in getting this internet issue. I've spoken several times with the Chantel representative, Damian Perdue. I don't know if you know him or not. He's been very helpful. I can call him anytime. He's doing everything he can to help us. And he tells me it can be fixed. You can either bore across the highway from one side to the other, and they can run us a line. Or he says even on our side where the Red Oak Manor, he says all it is increasing the height of the pole, the telephone pole, and then they could run the lines off of that telephone pole.
Yes, sir. Is there anyone else in your group wishing to speak to this?
Hello, my name is Angela Tony, and the address is 18400 Virgin Highway, and I am executive pastor of Interfaith Fellowship Ministries. And I and my assistant, LaShawn Hayes, we came to the broadband meeting. I think Mr. Smith had just put up some very fancy towers in the Smith Mountain Lake area and gave the Smith Mountain Lake residents their better improved internet. And as I speak, I concur with my husband. We have done everything we know to do in our capacity to get internet, to get business grade, acceptable internet in our church and to our community. Our motto is that we're a local church with a global impact. We have people from all around the country that would like to tune into our services, that would like to support us, would like to know where Franklin County is on the map, but we can't reach them because we don't have sufficient service to reach those, even in our area, more than less those around the world. So we do solicit your help. We solicit your understanding for us to be able to get the services that we need. As I stated in our last meeting when I was here, the dogs across the street have internet, but the saints across the street does not have sufficient internet. Something's got to be wrong with that picture. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else with your group here who wishes to speak?
No, sir.
I think
As a follow-up, we discussed that, and I would like for staff, maybe we can pull our old notes, Steve, and go back on that and see what we can do to help you out.
Sir?
We're going to get staff to look into that. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
We don't generally make comment, but we making comment now. Madam Clerk, you got anyone else?
Kathy Cummins.
Sorry about that, guys. That was cool, okay?
Absolutely.
Ms. Cummins.
Kathy Cummins, 3579 Kemp Ford Road in Union Hall. Good evening. Just a few minutes ago, I checked my email and I saw what I've been waiting for the last few weeks. The NAACP of Franklin County has been awarded a substantial grant from Virginia Tech and the Mellon Foundation, which will expand the historical story of Franklin County beyond what is included in this massive text published for its bicentennial. Though a Southerner, my dad, an Army officer, became suspicious of Robert E. Lee's motives. Lee was a traitor, he told me, to the U.S. Constitution he swore to uphold. Lee made a choice, and he did it because he believed in and profited from slavery. 12 of the 15 U.S. Army colonels at the start of the Civil War remained loyal to the United States, yet there are no monuments to them, and Robert E. Lee was eventually a national hero. Why? Like my dad, author Ty Sedell was a Southerner from Georgia, a West Point graduate and an Army officer. He resigned from the Army as a Brigadier General, chair of the History Department of West Point in 2020, in order to be able to publish his book, Robert E. Lee and Me. He explains in detail how the memory of the Civil War remains contested. He writes, "The Confederate States of America refused to accept the results of a democratic election in 1860. They rebelled against the United States of America to set up a new country founded on the principle of white supremacy to protect and expand the institution of slavery forever. Then, when white Southerners lost, Robert E. Lee and those who followed him created new ways to install racial control. And that's why we have a Confederate soldier standing on a pedestal in front of our courthouse." On the subject of Confederate memorialization, Mr. Sedell, General Sedell, writes, "A monument says more about those who placed it than it does about who memorializes." We've had this problem for so long that we aren't going to fix it quickly. What is the answer? More history and more education. We have to tell the rest of the story, and that's what the NAACP project Raising the Shade, Franklin County, 1850 to 1910, is all about. Sedell writes, "Confederate memorialization is a problem, and there isn't a single solution to fix this legacy of immoral slavery and segregation. But to create a more just society, we must start by studying our past. If we want to know where to go, we must understand where we've been. The only way to prevent a racist future is to first understand our racist past." Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Glenna Moore?
I know we don't respond, but can I just say this?
Yes, sir.
Mitchell's a W&L graduate, as I am.
Yes, sir. Madam Clerk?
Glenna Moore?
Good evening. Glenna Hawkins Moore, 45 Scenic River Drive, Snow Creek District. Franklin County African Americans engaged in all of America's wars, whether they were enslaved or free, during Jim Crow segregation or post-segregation of America's militaries. I have read many letters from soldiers, including those from my husband during Desert Storm. But I recently discovered a letter from a United States colored troops soldier that reminds us the Civil War was about slavery and the shameful condition of 4 million enslaved humans. My dear wife, I have enlisted in the Army. I am now in the state of Massachusetts, but before this letter reaches you, I will be in North Carolina. And though great is the present national difficulties, yet I look forward to a brighter day, when I shall have the opportunity of seeing you in full enjoyment of freedom. I would like to know if you are still in slavery. If you are, it will not be long before we shall have crushed the system that now oppresses you. You shall have your liberty. Great is the outpour of the colored people that now is rallying with the hearts of lions against that very curse that has separated you and me. Yet we shall meet again, and oh, what a happy time that will be when the ungodly rebellion shall be put down and the curses of our land is trampled under our feet. I am a soldier now, and I shall use my utmost endeavors to strike at the rebellion and the heart of this system that so long has kept us in chains. Write to me just as soon as you get this letter. Tell me if you are still living in the cabin. Tell Lizzie I send her my best respect, and Ike and Suki likewise. I would send you money, but I know it is impossible for you to get it. I would like to see little Jenkins, but I know it is impossible at the present. So know that I remain your affectionate husband until death. Private Samuel Cabell, Massachusetts 55th Colored Volunteer Infantry. Now, Private Cabell survived the Civil War. Afterwards, he returned to Missouri to legally marry his wife, and together they moved to Denver, Colorado. He lived until 1905, when he died of kidney disease. Among the 70 identified United States Colored Troops soldiers born in Franklin County is a Private Jeremy Sanders, 21 years old, also of the 55th Massachusetts Colored Infantry Company D. He survived.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here that wishes to come and address the board, even though you didn't sign up? If so, please come forward. Thank you. And that concludes our public comment. Mr. Whitlow, are you ready for your county administrator report?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Just a few things, primarily just some updates for the board, upcoming events, and so forth. Just to highlight, was already been mentioned by the chairman earlier today. Last Friday, the county opened up the Lovely Valley Loop Trail there in the Union Hall District. Of course, Mr. Quinn and Chairman Thompson and Supervisor Carter, as well as, I think there was Ms. Smith. Yes, Supervisor Smith were all in attendance. And of course, for the board members that were not able to be there, it was a nice event. I would estimate approximately 70, 75 people there at that event.
Good crowd.
And a special thanks to Parks and Recreation and Reba Dillon, the Sheriff's Office, and of course, all the work that went into that trail there at the Smith Farm. And then moving forward, I'm just reminded of a lot of the activity in the county. On Saturday, this past Saturday, the Ferrum Ford Group held a ceremony there in Ferrum to unveil the Virginia Department of Historic Resources historic marker for the village of Ferrum. I appreciate all the efforts that the group at Ferrum Ford and Ferrum College and others that were involved, the Blue Ridge Institute in that. So looking ahead, just some upcoming events, just to remind the board, later this week, I guess starting tomorrow, is Restaurant Week, April 17th through the 30th, which I believe is longer than a week. Our tourism director, Mr. Tosh, so I think as Franklin Countyans, we all like to eat. And so to celebrate Restaurant Week there at the lake. And then there's an upcoming event in joint with our partners with Patrick County as well as Floyd County and Franklin County. And this will be the unveiling of the Moonshine Heritage Trail at the Blue Ridge Institute and Museum. That's going to be on April 30th at 1 p.m. It is a regional event to promote tourism in the region, and so looking forward to that. And have several other things I'd just like the board to be aware of in terms of summer events upcoming. The Big Bass Tour is coming to Smith Mountain Lake. That's May 2nd through the 5th. The other events, of course, are in early May, actually every Friday and Saturday in June, and the board heard about this recently from our Parks Director, Paul Chapman, the River of Lights. And then, of course, there's a jet ski race there at the lake June 7th through 9th, upcoming Southwest Antique Farm Days there at the Recreation Park. And I know this board had some discussions with our tourism director, Kevin Tosh, at the last meeting regarding the upcoming agricultural fair, which will be held August 14th through the 17th. And so a lot of work this summer in the tourist season, and I just want the board to be aware of those events. I will say that Mr. Tosh, working with Virginia's Blue Ridge, has been able to work and sign a lot of these events coming to Smith Mountain Lake and to expand our partnership and leverage our dollars and our investments with VBR in concert actually with the Smith Mountain Lake Regional Chamber. And so a lot of the groups coming together there. So just a shout out to Mr. Tosh and all the work there, Parks and Recreation, and I could go on. But I thought it was important that the board be aware of these upcoming events and our citizens, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Quinn, you have anything?
No report, Mr. Chairman.
None at all. Thank you. All right, Mr. Tatum, you've got a thing there to read for going into closed session. I understand we've got several things, and then we'll come back out and certify our meeting and do other matters by supervisor. And I got a announcement to make. I think most of you already know what it is, and I know you're going to be happy.
All right. Mr. Chairman, the Franklin County Board of Supervisors will enter into a motion to enter into a closed meeting in accordance with 2.2-3711A1, personnel discussion of appointments to county boards, commissions, and et cetera, 8.3, discussion of the acquisition of real property or the disposition of real property. A5, discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry. And A29, discussion of the terms of a public contract of the Code of Virginia as amended.
Need a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. You gotta sit up in the office there in front or in B75. Either one's open. Go back here and Chris's
Information
office.
Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which this closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered to which this meeting, to which the certification applies.
Need a
Second.
second?
Second.
Already seconded. Madam Clerk, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. Okay, does anybody have any board appointments that they want to make at this point?
I'm gonna I'll hold mine till May.
Hearing none, we'll hold them until May, until there's some confirmations. All right. All right, other matters by supervisors. Let's start down there with Mr. Quinn.
Thank you.
Ms. Smith,
None.
Mr. Tatum.
I just have one announcement. Saturday, June the 1st, from 8 to 4 in the Henry community, from 220 to Route 40, we'll be having the 3rd annual Henry Road Yard Sale. It's sponsored by the Henry Community Center. There will be several different people set up there at the community center / fire department. Usually it's about a dozen or so people there set up with yard sale items. But what we encourage, and we reach out to the entire community, the whole length of Henry Road, for people to come out on that Saturday and just have yard sales in the yard. And there are a number of churches that make their parking lots available. I think last year we had 40-some different
I like that.
yard sales.
What time's it starting?
Starts at 8 o'clock and until whenever, but we advertise from 8 to 4. That's June 1st. The rain date is June 15th. So
pretty cool.
put that on your calendar. This is about our third one, and everyone loves it. I mean, I talked to some people last year that started at one end, went up, hit every one of them all the way to
cool.
the end. He had his truck loaded down.
That's pretty cool. Mr. Carter.
I had something, Mr. Chairman, but it's long gone. I can't remember now. So I'll pass.
Because he has his mind on other things.
Mr. Mitchell.
I would just like to thank all of you for siding with me for the Snow Creek deal. It's been a long time coming, and I appreciate your support.
Yes.
I'm good.
All right, I got one announcement, and I don't want to make nobody mad. But we ain't having no meeting Thursday. I know you're upset about that, but we ain't having no meeting Thursday. That's not proper English, is it, Madam Clerk? All right, we are adjourned.
Yes.
Everybody got everything else to chest?